Hello, everybody. Sorry, I was watching two streams at once. Hiya, welcome to my little chit chat stream. So it's just going to be a little bit of a chat. I had a bit of an accident this morning, so couldn't go into work, and I found myself with an evening off. Playing about with my broadband, and it's gone supersonic. I've managed to find a 50-meter cable, so I'm able to run it by Ethernet from the box. I don't know why I'm pointing over there. You don't know what I'm pointing at, but in that direction is my bedroom where the router is, and there's a cable all running down the hallway now into the back of my computer, and it's awesome. Anyway, as you know, I like to have a guest on my stream. I should have two guests, but one isn't here yet. But here to save the day is Chris Davis World.
Yeah, how goes that then?
How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, except for one problem.
What's that?
Well, the Jag in it, which is all made in.
Yeah, poor Jag. In case anyone doesn't know Chris Davis World, he runs a channel very similar to mine where he does part work models. Does a rather good job taking everything into account. But one of his builds is the E-Type Jaguar, and it's causing a lot of problems.
Yeah, especially with things not going right.
Yeah, well, I'm at that phase of part works where I know problems as well, but I'll get to that. Right, guys. So I have a nice problem. There seems to all of a sudden be loads and loads of chat in the in the chat. That's where you put chat, isn't it? So I need to do a catch up on that. I've been watching Ice Queen, and yeah, they've all decided to do a raid on my channel. So let's say lots of lovely hellos. So first we have you, Chris Davis World. Hi all. But I'm not going to give you the gold star for first comment. I'm going to give it to Ice Queen 7, who says hi, Penny, thumbs up, done. We'll try and pop in after my stream and say hi. Tim Scott Borland says hi, everyone. John Alex Scale Models, hi, Tim Scott Borland, cheers. And hi, Penny, when you get in. James Mower, hello again. Randy Gagliano, did I spell that right? I'm sorry if I didn't. Long time no see. Yes, been at least 10 minutes, isn't it? So Paul Lewis says Ice Queen Sunday stream raid incoming. Tim Scott Borland, you lot follow me or what? I think this is going to become an Ice Queen reading out the chat show. The poor lady, all she can ever do is so much chat. That's all she does, is just reads out all the chat. Good evening. Bear with me a sec. I've just got a Facebook message. My stream, right? Okay. But sorry, guys, just bear with me a sec. I have my next guest who is struggling to get in. Sending him the link just in case I've done the wrong link. Right, sorry. So Dominique Koku, good evening. Now I have just subbed to your channel because Ice Queen gave a link. I'll always have a look at a channel, but obviously, as you can understand, I've not had a chance to look, so I'm not going to make any comment. But I will look at it. Right. So we have got our second guest, Mr. P40.
I finally here.
How are
Hi,
you?
everybody.
Sorry, guys. I know that some people. I like the names on the. Oh, where was that gone?
Looking for?
I want to put the names on the little square. Sorry, guys. We're just so unorganized.
Wouldn't be one.
It's because we've got the comments. It's because we've got the comments, haven't we? Yeah, that's it. Yeah. Sorry. Oh, I'm having a moment. So everyone, this is P40F20. Such a shame you came late because I had a brilliant speech lined up. I was going to say about how a month ago, if my broadband was a World War II aircraft, it would be the Brewster Buffalo. And now that I have last week it was along the lines of a Spitfire maybe, or maybe, something like that. And now it's brilliant. And now it's like the Mustang. And then I was going to say, and my next gift, if he was a Second World War aircraft, he would be a P-40 because that's his name.
Yeah, I like
that. So how are you, Mr. P-14? Also not Chris.
Excellent. How are you?
Oh, I'm good. I'm over the moon. I've actually got a day off work today because I'm not well. I managed to slip over and hit my head. So yeah, but it also enables me to give me a little bit more time. So last week I did a little post on a community group, and I said to people that I'd really like a dog. But because of the hours I keep, the dog would be left for about 16 hours a day, and that would just be cruel. So if anybody maybe has got a dog I can walk occasionally, or maybe I can just dog sit for the day on my day off, anything like that, that'd be really great. Anyway, cut a long story short, I'm cat sitting for a week on Wednesday. So some lady's going away for a week and she wants me to look after her cat, and I have no idea if that's going to be the experience from hell or something absolutely brilliant. But yeah, I've got to cat proof the house, and I have a feeling that hobby desks and cats don't always go together.
No, not necessarily, but I'm not a cat person. But I've seen modeling desks with cats on them.
Yeah, I don't mind when I'm about, because I can just go over there, go and play with toys or something. But anyway, if you don't mind, I'm going to finish off the chat. So where were we up to? So I think that was the last one. Was Dominique said good evening. This one made me laugh. James Mower says we've salad creamed the waters. So in Ice Queen's stream, the main chat seemed to be about salad cream and what it is and why.
I can answer that.
Yeah, it was quite amusing, I thought.
Sounds like an idiot as well.
Yeah. Harry Marwick says, hello again, everyone. Set your stopwatches for a 15-hour marathon. Yeah, I've always said I can turn a 5-minute stream into 5 hours. And I did invite somebody else who sadly couldn't make it. But I think maybe that was not a bad thing, because he could turn the 5 minutes that I turn into 5 hours, he could probably turn into another 5 hours. So yeah, probably best he didn't come on. Bob says hello all. James Mower says it's a streamathon. Said, hi Penny. Ice cream. I always that comes out as ice cream. Ice cream 7. It's my lips. They're not flexible enough.
Yeah.
Paul J. Lewis says this will be my 5th stream of the day on my laptop. My TV has never been so underutilized. Do you know, I don't think I've had my TV on for weeks.
Yeah.
Jeff Light says hi Penny. Tim Scott Ball says Penny. Paul J. Lewis, I don't recognize any of the names in chat. Their smells are familiar though. Oz Scale Modeling. This is like a pub crawl. I'll just sub to your channel, Oz, because I want that prize. Oz Scale Modeling is running a prize, and I'm not going to tell you how to win the prize, because then you're going to have to watch his videos to find out how to win the prize. There you go. I've just got your view count up for you. Rally Car Miniatures, hi Penny, and all in chat. Francis Adams, hi Penny, hello. Whole 24/7 models, hi everyone. Andy M, how are you? Hi Penny, hope you're well.
Hi Andy. Yeah.
Natasha, hi Penny, how's you been? I've been all right. Yeah, no, Natasha's been doing well. I know Natasha on Facebook, and the progress she's been making, just general life, is quite exciting, really. New house, new budgie, new bits. Boss, maybe we should link you up with P40. You got common interest.
Oh, yeah.
I know I haven't done many, but has anybody seen the thumbnail I used for the models on a budget?
Yeah, it's great.
So what had happened, I have a really lovely guy who he's funny. He watches my videos, but he lurks. He never comments. And he emailed me, and he's been doing me thumbnails for the last couple of years. And I said to him, "Oh, can you do a thumbnail for me? Models on a budget, models on a budget." So he gave me this models on a budget, and he said, "Yeah, that's what you asked for, wasn't it?" So of course, then I'm frantically going through all my emails, and I'm like, "Oh, I did send him the email on my mobile phone, and the spell checker is absolutely awful on my phone. You'll type something correct, and it'll still change it to something else." And I'm thinking, "Oh, is that what I actually asked for?" It was a joke. And then I just thought, do you know what? I'm going to keep it. And I've kept it. And so it's got pictures of models on the back of a budgie. And it just made me laugh. So James Mower says, "Hi, Penny." I've just lost all. There we are. Natasha says, "Hi, Chris." Horlick says, "Good evening. Hope you're well. Thank you for posting the airbrush videos. Really helpful." Not a problem. I've now got to make another one because someone's left some really valid comments, which I will act on. But I might, if I remember, I'll talk about that later on. David Bassett, good evening, Penny and Chris.
Hi, dude.
David Bassett, good evening, P40 F20.
I did it.
You should say also not Chris on that one. David.
James Mower at Ozscale Modeling. We are going to the world's end. Horlick says, "Evening, Chris and P40 F20."
Hey, Horlick.
Ozscale Modeling seems so, James. Cool. How much chat have I got? David Bassett, evening at Horlicks. Nigel's Modeling Bench. "Hi, Penny. You'll see I've just subbed to you. YouTube are up to their tricks getting unsub." Do you know what? I know that there's problems with YouTube, and because the size of my channel and the fact that people sub, I get like a sub every day, but then I might lose a sub. And it's a funny thing, and that's quite normal. You know, somebody thinks, "Oh, I'll give that channel a look." Maybe they caught one of my videos, and then they look at it and then they go, "Yeah, that channel isn't for me." Now, when you've got a channel with less than 1,000 subs, obviously it's a lot more noticeable than if you've got like 10,000 subs and you're gaining a couple and losing a couple. So I don't notice, and I've kind of given up sub counting. I mean, I'm looking, but obviously the channel, I'm at that point until I monetize. I know my attitude will change when I monetize, but until I monetize, my attitude is my channel is just for me to put my stuff on, and if people enjoy it, then that's a bonus. I know that once I'm monetized, I know my attitude will go, oh, what can I do? How can I get more money? And because that's how it goes, isn't it? But yeah, no, I know there's been a lot of people complaining about issues, but I don't notice it as much as the bigger channels because there's not so much to impact on. Andy M says, "Hi, Horlicks. It's been ages." David Bassett says, "It's a shame you're way up there, Penny, as you would be most welcome to walk with me and Penny." This is the thing. I mean, I was in the Midlands not so long ago, and I've lived in all sorts of places, and you know, there's advantages to being up here and there's advantages to being down there. And I suppose it's the same with any place, isn't it? You know, I lived in Bristol. That's quite a lot going on in Bristol. And one thing I really miss, hobby shops. They just don't seem to have any good hobby shops in Glasgow.
You're a dying breed, unfortunately.
Oh, there's 2 model shops that are a drive away in the car, but it's like the best model shop I know of. It's mainly for radio controlled cars, and of their plastic kits, half of them is just second-hand kits. So unfortunately, I'm having to hit the mail order. I mean, I've got what I think is a really good mail order shop. Not everyone will agree. Not everyone do agree with me. And I think they're called MJR. But I like them because I can just put a little bit away every week. But yeah, it's model shops. They're just, and you go on the web and you go, oh, I want to find a model shop, and they send you to toy shops, and it's like, no, I don't want toys. I want scale models, and so it's hard. But I know there's an absolutely brilliant one in Bristol. I don't know if it's still there, but there's a really good one in Bristol Centre. It's probably one of the best ones I've come across.
And we know Bristol for years.
Yeah, I can't remember what they're called. I'm going to have to look it up. Model shop Bristol.
Yeah.
There we are. Antiques Model and Hobbies in Bristol. Absolutely fantastic shop. I've been there a couple of times. But yeah, there's just next to nothing up there. Right, Tash says, yeah, two girlies, Mickey and Minnie. What else would you call two girls or two budgies? Mickey and Minnie.
Well, mine is named Deborah.
Deborah, that's a good name. Do you know what? I had a thought, and I thought, I don't know why I was thinking this, but I thought if I ever get a dog, I'd like to call it Erskine, which is an unusual name. I think it kind of works. And Erskine is an area very close to where I work. And I just thought that's quite a nice name for a pet, isn't it? It's got to be better than Rover or Spot, isn't it?
Yeah, the one. Go talk about batteries, right?
Hang on, sorry, P40. What did you say?
I said that would definitely be unique.
Yes, yeah. Or I'd probably just call it Oi, because that's just easy, isn't it? Oi, get it. So
yeah, talk about batteries for a sec though. My nan used to have a battery called Georgie.
Yeah.
So that's so that could be a name as well.
Georgie, did you say?
Yeah.
Let's say Joey's quite a common name for a bird, isn't it?
Yeah, Georgie. Yeah, as well. Yeah.
Right. Randy is going to say supper's ready. BBL. Horlick says, hi, David Bassett, Andy M. P.S. Saw your stream the other day, read the model kit. I know there was a reference to the camper primer and why. Yeah. Right. I was thinking that when I said it. It was kind of, when I say about white on black primer, it always makes me think of that. But yeah, it's an extreme example. Now you use the word mess up. I personally prefer to use the words learning from a mistake. So just obviously not everybody knows this story, so I'm going to have to say it again. Horlicks had done a 3D printed model of a Samba camper van, which he wanted to paint white. And I said that I recommend getting a primer to make sure that paint sticks. And he went out and got black primer. And then he painted it white, which of course I told him to thin the white, because if you don't thin the white, you often get chalky. Well, of course, thinning the white also gives it less coverage. And I think, correct me if I'm wrong, Horlicks, 15 layers of paint and it still didn't cover it. It's probably about right. And I didn't want to say I told you so, but he should have got the grey or the white primer. That's why I have 3 bottles of primer. Now the black has less in it because I use it more, but I do still use the white and the grey. I don't use the grey very often. I don't know why, but I'm not a grey primer person. Especially when I'm doing, you got grey plastic, then you put grey primer on it, and then you're putting grey paint on. I can't see what I'm doing. But yeah. Tasha says, hi, Pete. She means P40 F20 or P40.
Yeah.
Hey, Natasha?
Yes. James Miles says, what's a model shop? Exactly my point.
Don't see them much down your river.
And then Paul J. Lewis says, James Mowat, it's a very small shop.
I get that. I get that.
So Natasha says, to be honest, they saved me. I don't know where I'd be today without them and my friends like you two. Oh, no worries. You know I'm always here. I think that's a common story, isn't it? I don't know anyone who does the hobbies that I do that isn't at least a little bit screwed up in their own little way. I think there's something wrong with all of us, really, isn't there?
Yeah.
And we have a choice. We can keep it bottled in and not share it and just go a little bit more doolally, or we can share it. And, sharing obviously is a lot more helpful.
That's like me and a month ago, that was.
Yeah. You've been in some low places. I've been in some low places.
Yeah.
So James Mower, thumbs up. And Horlick says, LOL, and the rest. I did about 5 and it's still greyish to this day. Yeah. But let's put it this way, Horlicks, it's your model. It may not be perfect, but it's yours.
If you would like it, yes, it's you, wouldn't it?
Yeah. Right. So, I'm just going to go through a few little things and then we'll just have a general chit chat. I got 4 episodes of the Eddie Stobart this week, which is, I'm loving that part work. Absolutely loving the part work. I don't want to sort of go too much because I've got videos coming out, but we've got some slow issues. My least favorite areas on any model is wheels. It's just not stimulating. And we're about to hit about 8 weeks of doing wheels. And I remember I watched back the video I made and you can see my face getting lower and lower and lower as I'm reading out the spoilers, and it's going wheel, tire, wheel, tire, wheel, tire.
That was.
And then I just went, but that's a good thing, because then we get all the bits that I don't enjoy so much out of the way nice and quickly, and then we can get on with the stuff we do like.
Yeah.
Or just put them off till later.
You could do that, but then I've already got one video where I've not got anything to show you. It's just like, here's some bits. That's the end of the video. Yeah. So if I left them off, it'd be like, ta-da, bye.
Wait till you got all the wheels and then just have one great big video just doing wheels. Wouldn't that be exciting?
See, if I'd have thought of that, I wouldn't have caught up on all my videos, because where I've been doing 2 or 3 videos per video, 2 or 3 issues per video. Yeah. I've now caught up, and from the next pack of Eddie Stobart's, I'm doing one issue per video. I did manage to slow it down. I'm going to steal the screen. I'm going to change my screen. I'm only going to give you a very quick look at this, because if I show you too much, you won't need to see the video. But I have done a little bit of modding on the engine, and I wasn't 100. I loved it. Don't get me wrong. It's a wonderful model, but it was, I wonder if I've still got no, it was extremely red. So I did some modding to it. I just did a little bit of a paint job.
It looks grand.
I love it. But what I can't believe is I missed this bit out. I posted it on Facebook, and someone said, and they said they'd done that with theirs. And I'm like, really? That's so obvious. And they did paint their fan. They painted their fan yellow, and it looked absolutely amazing. But I've decided not to do it. But yeah, all I've done is I've just chucked a load of oil wash over the top, possibly a little bit too thick. But I just think that with the black pipes, it just sets it all off a little bit more. Yeah. And you can see the DAF sign now.
Yeah, that looks good.
I love it. I absolutely love it. And it was so easy. It's a little bit messy because I was playing with oil paints, and it's the first time I've used oils. But it's so much fun, because you just get a biggest brush you can find and just slap it all over, and then go and make yourself a cup of coffee, wait for it to dry, and then just wipe as much off as you can. And you know, the theory on this is that I know the Eddie Stobarts were cleaned on a daily basis, but I don't believe the engines would. And as long as you keep the weathering consistent, you know, you can do it very, very light or very, very heavy, but don't do some areas heavy and some areas light. And I'm happy with that. Most of it's probably going to get covered up anyway. And as you can see, I've done a bit more too. I've done another stage since. There's a little circuit board in there now. And P40, I think it was you left a comment about the electrical wires, wasn't there? And as soon as I put that in, I'm like, yeah, I think there's going to be wires sticking out.
Yeah, I think it's going to be rather obtrusive looking in the engine bay myself.
I hope not, because I cannot say anything bad about this Eddie Stobart. I'm actually genuinely worried that this is going to be a better model than the Routemaster, and that would upset me a little bit if there was a better model than the Routemaster. But I can't knock this at all. Cannot knock it.
Yeah,
absolutely love it. But yeah, it's have I just put the wrong? Yeah, I just put my overhead camera on there, haven't I? All right, you know me, I can't control anything really. Right, I can see some comments coming in about. There we go, James Mower. If you want wheels, get a Tiger tank. Yes, now Nigel's modelling bench is doing a tank, and he's doing these tank tracks, and they are tiny fiddly things, and you have to cut them all off, and you have to put them into a little jig and put these pins in.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at that and I'm thinking, I want to have a go at that. I just fancy that. So yeah. So John Alex scale modeling, that looks amazing. Thank you very much.
Yeah.
James Marr, that's a big engine. Dominic says, wow, that's really well done. Yeah. Dominic says, what scale is that? I believe it's 1 to 12 scale. So it's going to be the same. You can't see. No, you can't see because it's not there. I was going to say it's as big as my Routemaster, but my Routemaster's in the bedroom. So I reckon it's going to be about that long with a trailer. Do you reckon that's about a fair assessment?
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. I think the cab is going to be about that long. I had a little play with the cab and then sort of working out roughly where the back wheels are going to go, and the cab I think is going to be, and then there's going to be a trailer for it. So Horlick says, wow, that looks stunning. Thank you very much.
Yes,
that looks good, Penny. So Horlick says, I need to oil all over the Spitfire engine after I had to rip it out. I now have glue marks. I was thinking I may run an oil wash. Depends how bad the glue marks are, because if you've got quite deep glue marks, I'm guessing that the oil wash will emphasize it. Does that sound about right, P40?
Could be. You could try just painting over with some similar paint to wherever the glue marks are, and then try putting a wash over it.
Yeah. The only thing I personally would suggest is Horlicks is not sure if you've seen my Routemaster now Bluetooth controlled. Do you know, I must have missed that one. I will catch up on that. I would say do a very, very thin wash. And if it's not strong enough, you can always add more. But then again, the beauty with oil is it takes so long to dry. All you got to do is wash it with white spirits and you get it all off again, don't you?
Another thing that you could do to make the glue marks less obtrusive is to spray a clear flat over it.
Right, of course, yeah. Because if you put a flat and then a gloss, you get gloss back, don't you?
Yeah.
Depending on where you are, what you want to do with it. I actually half regret doing my wash with I use, well, I don't regret it, because the more different things you use, that's pigment. I believe I use not this one because this is for black. But I used AK. I believe I used AK. No, I think I used the Citadel washers on that, didn't I?
It was some time.
I think I did, because that was before I moved to Gravesend. Well, it was when I was in Gravesend, but before I moved to my second place, and I lost all my paints. But I had a lot of paints because I had like the Dark Stars that I used all those coppers on the copper pipes, and I did all the 3 different shades. But yeah, so right, next thing, fire truck. Oh God, I'm not enjoying that at the moment. Just got my latest pack. I don't know if it's been delayed but basically I pay for it on the 29th of the month. It doesn't even get sent out until about 2 weeks later. So I'm paying before it's even released. And then I receive it like 4 days before they receive send out the instructions, release the instructions. So I'm sitting there with this pack in front of me, can't even build it. And now the latest issue is you've got this red bit down the middle, which just essentially makes the core of the back of it. And then you're sticking things onto it. And you've got these countersunk M2 by 3mm screws. And they're not long enough. They're not long enough. And then I put the first bit on, and it's you can't, the screw doesn't tighten, but so you just put these 5 screws in until it holds. And then you put the end bit on, which is only held on by 2 screws. Then you put some steps in the middle. And then what's happened is where it's a tight fit, it's then knocked the first panel off, or second panel. So when that video comes out, you will genuinely hear me not scream, but I'm like, oh, on camera. It was just so frustrating. So I've stopped building it. I've spoke to Agora. I've also spoke to World of Wayne because he hasn't received his pack yet. But I've just gone out and bought some new screws. But I'm a little bit, I've got a bit of a gripe about that because I'm spending £100 a month on a part work, and then I'm having to spend money buying my own screws. So, but what I think they need to be doing, it's like they asked you to use C screws. I tried it with a D screw, which has got the wrong head, but it's perfect. You can get that screw in nice and tight. But you actually want to be using a B screw, which is a countersunk M2 by 4mm. So I'll be honest with you. If pack 6 was pack 1, I would have cancelled the build. Because it's just pack 6 is absolutely terrible. I'm not going to go on about how little you get in the pack. You know, you get 6 tiny packs for a whole 6 tiny little issues. But I've always said you've got to look at the model as a whole, not the cost, not what you get in each individual issue. Because there'll be another. I mean, was it pack 2? You got so much for your money. So obviously the balance of pack 6 and pack 2. But yeah, it's a terrible. It's not a terrible kit. It's full of problems. So full of challenges.
They would have made it a bigger scale.
I think that's the thing that most people say. I mean, it's not the end of the world for me because these Italiari kits that you get, they're all trucks in 1:24 scale. So they will fit with the fire truck. So it's not like it's going to sit on a shelf on its own. But yes, we've got used to having these nice 1:12 scale big things. But then I guess when they came out, I guess the people who are doing the cars, which tend to be 1:6 scale, were probably going, well, it's a shame they couldn't have done them in 1:6. So, you know, are we now saying what the supercar builders were saying 2-3 years ago? So sorry, bear with me. I've just seen this comment come up. Hi Penny, have you seen the advert for the Adam West Burton Ward era Batmobile? I haven't seen the advert. I am aware that the Batmobile is coming out. I'm not sure if that interests me. funnily enough, this is one of the subjects that I was going to bring up. I'm not sure if any part works interest me at the moment. I went through a phase of I wanted to have every single part work that was out there. But I'm looking at other part works, and then I'm looking at what else is out there. And it's like De Agostini are going to be bringing out the Willys Jeep in 1:8 scale. Now, it looks great, don't get me wrong, but Dragon Models do a 1:6 scale quarter-ton 4x4 truck. And it's about 150 quid. Whereas De Agostini is got one for 1,400 quid or 1,200 quid. I think it's 1,220 issues at £10 an issue. So can I justify spending an extra £1,000 on a smaller model? You know, you know, this kind of this attitude sort of started with the Titanic. Do I want to build the Harchette Titanic for what, 1,400 quid, when I could buy the trumpeter and the extra detail kit for 600?
Yeah, that's a bit of it's the same size scale as well.
Yeah. So, and a lot of the models I'm looking at, there are alternatives out there, and I want to build a ship next anyway.
Yeah.
I don't know whether to get the HMS Victory. Or to get a different one, or even do the Hermione again. I enjoyed that Hermione. It's just a real shame I lost it, because that was down the storage yard. So I'm just wondering. I mean, if a fantastic part work comes out, I'll do it. I mean, I signed up for the trial of the Alien, and I thought that Alien in 1:2 scale would look fantastic next to my Terminator. So, but what I mean, every part work that's coming out these days as well seems to have problems with it.
Yeah.
So,
it seems that way.
Yeah. So, are they getting sloppy with them, or are they going through a bad phase? I mean, I've been meaning to, because Agora Models have said if you've got an idea for a part work, have a mention it to us, and we'll see what we can do. So obviously my first thought is Tomcat, because I know the F-14 Tomcat came out in France, so it wouldn't be impossible to release that as an English version. And then I thought, I think it's something like 1:32 scale. Well, I could go out and buy a 1:32 scale Tomcat, couldn't I?
Yeah.
It myself.
Yeah, you could. It's a lot more doing it that way, but you're saving a lot of money.
Yeah. I don't know if I can do all the features that you get with the part work.
Plus the part work model might have some disappointments. Like,
well,
like the Spitfire, going beyond.
Yeah.
Going beyond the problems that people are having with the mechanicals, I mean, it's painted wrong.
Yeah.
It's painted wrong.
Yeah. It's been your massive gripe, hasn't it?
Oh, yeah.
But actually, while watching Ice Queen's stream, there was something that came up, and it pretty much hits the nail on the head. When you're talking World War II aircraft, there's so many arguments about the colours.
Yeah.
One that almost came up, I remember this years and years ago. I built the Accurate Miniatures B-25 Doolittle Raider, and I was involved in a discussion online about the interior colour. And I still, even now, we talked about it about an hour ago, and I still can't remember. I've forgotten, but it's zinc chromide, but I can't remember if it's yellow. I think it's green zinc chromide, but it might have been yellow. And then people saying, well, it's to do with when it was. I think the early zinc chromide was green, and then later bombers were done in yellow. But then I think the B-25 was done differently. And then as the years have gone on, I've learnt more things. And you brought this up. It depends what factory it was done in.
Yeah, if some other factory was also building them, they could be entirely different, like
Yeah.
B-17s.
Yeah.
It's like sometimes the B-17s on the inside were interior green.
Yeah.
Sometimes they were just left natural metal and only the bulkheads were painted interior green.
Yeah.
And it just depended on what company was actually building them, you know?
Yes.
And interior colors for American aircraft are a great big can of worms.
Yeah. Yeah. And here we are, what, 60, 80 years later, and all it's done is, because you're looking at it from the point of view of where you are and what research you've got. If my research is different, we're then going to argue and scratch each other's eyes out because we both think the other one's wrong. And that's the beauty of the internet. Everybody is wrong except for you.
Yeah.
Well, my real gripe with the Spitfire is the interior color was wrong, so
Yeah.
I painted that. But the exterior camouflage, I mean, the proper pattern for the disruptive camouflage on a Spitfire from the Battle of Britain, the information is available on the web. You can even type in the serial number of the Spitfire, and it'll take you and show you how the paint should have been applied.
Yes.
It's like, if it was just a matter of, well, some parts of it are glossy and some parts are flat, okay, no big deal. I'll just respray it with a clear flat and even it all out. But the fact that it's all put on wrong, it's like,
I mean, if you're an 8-year-old building it with your granddad, it's a fantastic model. Well, there'd probably be tears when your wheels fall off and your rotors break when you first switch it on. Oh, I've been building that for 120 weeks and it's fell apart on the first time I switched it on. Right. Horlicks has said, same here, there's nothing. I have the budget now that Spitfire's done, and there's just nothing that interests me. I was debating Eddie, but I'm hoping Hogwarts gets released. This is a problem I'm going to have. I'm running 3-part works at the moment. The Eddie Stobart, the fire truck. Fire truck will finish in 6 months for me, and I don't know how long I've got on the Ecto 1, right? But it can't be that many months left. There must be less than 6 months left. And then I'm thinking, well, when 2-part works finish, I can afford to do 1. But then what happens if 3 comes out? And I've often said that, the Harshette ones you have to go for, because once they're done, you ain't getting them back. Eagle Moss might run it for a little bit longer. I mean, like, I could now start the R2D2, which that finished 2-3 years ago.
And that's by Fan Home now, yeah.
Yeah. So if it was like that, I mean, I could start the DeLorean. So certain companies, but then what happens if it's a Harshette one that then gets handed over to Agora?
Yeah, exactly.
I don't have to do it from issue 1. So yeah, it's a dilemma. Us poor people who don't have millions, we do have to pick and choose what we do.
Yeah.
So, but in the meantime, I'll still keep doing the lottery. And I've decided that when I win the lottery, I guarantee you, absolute promise, that nobody around me will be poor, because I'm going to buy a house in a rich area.
Yeah. I bet a mansion if I had the money.
Yeah.
I've had the same thing. There weren't any part works coming along that really interested me very much, and I'm running out of room with what I've got anyways.
Yeah.
But then back in I think it was back in May, or it may have been April, D'Agostini came on Facebook, and they were offering the Volkswagen Samba camper again, and I really loved that. I was glued to watching Adrian and Fleetwood J building vehicles, and it was so disappointing when all of a sudden it's gone. But I thought, I'm going to get that.
Yeah.
So I'm doing that.
Well, I know Horlicks tried to buy it and he had problems with it. And I'm just worried about model space because when something goes out of stock, you never seem to see it again. You know, I had 2 models that I bought. They had a Black Friday deal. 2 years later, I said, look, I don't want to wait anymore. And I'm still waiting for pack 23 in my Fiat. I've got every single pack except for pack 23. And I just call me pessimistic if you want. I don't think I'm ever going to complete that. I think the best I'll get is my money back on pack 23. And that's it.
You could have and end up paying through the nose, but at least you get it done.
Well, yeah, if I can find it on eBay. But yeah. Right. James Mower says, we're going to mention the flap. What is it? Well, I've got to ask this. I mean, I've been watching Ice Queen, and I know there's obviously something with flaps, but I don't think I've been watching her long enough to get the origins of that. So if it's something about flaps, I must have missed it. Right. John Alex scale model, LOL at James Mower. And then Harry Marwick says, early Spitfire's interior were painted duck egg blue green.
Yeah, that did go on for a short time.
Yeah. Right. So next thing on my little list, what do you guys think about kit unboxings?
Yeah, well, I do.
So keep it nice and simple. Nothing unique. You know, lots of other modelers do it. You know, you get your kit, you open it up, you look at sprues. I explain why I bought this kit. You know what I'm going to do with it, and the ulterior motive there is to get feedback. See, if I say to you, I'm doing the F14 and I'm doing the Mosquito and I've planned to do the Sea Harrier after that, what do you want me to do after the Sea Harrier? Well, your honest answer will be, don't know what you got. So, you know, if I do the kit unboxings, maybe I could slam in 2 or 3 a month, but then I've got to buy 2 or 3 kits a month to keep that going. So I'm just thinking about doing 1 a month and maybe fit that in between my models on a budgie. And then just do, but see, I've got this dilemma. I'm not sure if I mentioned it on the last stream. I have got the E2 Hawkeye and the C2 Greyhound. And the Greyhound has now become my favourite aircraft. The more I do a little bit of research on it, the more I love it, because I see them as the unsung heroes. You know, you've got your F-14 Tomcats who are responsible for fleet defence, and you've got your Hawkeye, which is given all the airborne radar, and you've got attack aircraft, and you've got anti-subs. But, you know, without their little parcels of food in their mail and all the spare parts being flown aboard the aircraft carrier, none of those would be able to do their job, would they?
Nope.
And I just think that makes the Greyhound really, really special. And then that would then lean on to doing the Osprey, because that is the Greyhound replacement, which is a bit sad, but also quite awesome. But the problem I've got with the Hawkeye is both the reasons for and against are the same, which is that the Hawkeye is quite well done on YouTube, which means that I already know all of the issues that I'm going to get with the kit, but I don't think I can add anything that the other YouTubers haven't already. Now, the Greyhound, I can't find anything on YouTube about the Greyhound, so I will be adding something that other people haven't, because no one's done anything on it yet. But at the same time, I don't know what I'm jumping into. Both kits are made by the same manufacturer. I'm guessing some of the parts are the same because the general parts are the same. So am I going to get the same issues? So I'm going to have to go in slightly blind. But then again, we could also argue, well, that's the challenge, isn't it? Go in not knowing what I'm going to be expecting.
Yeah.
So you know, that's part of the reason why I want to do the kit unboxings, because you could all save me and go, yeah, we'd love to see that Hawkeye. I know it's been done on YouTube already, but we'd like you to do it. And I'll be like, thank you very much.
Well, what might be better rather than just doing a kit unboxing video, because for myself anyways, I tend to find those rather boring.
Okay.
You've shown me the parts and, well, okay, but maybe do the kit. Let's say you finish up your current projects, you decide that, well, okay, the Hawkeye or the Greyhound is going to be my next project. So your introductory video to that new project, that's when you do the unboxing.
Yeah, see that that's what I do already. Video one of what the series will be, however long it will be. One thing I've learned from doing the F14 is to plan to do small chunks, and if you do a little bit more, that's fantastic. Because what I'm looking for is an edited video of not more than an hour. Now, sometimes that's an hour and a half's worth of footage. Sometimes it's 6 hours worth of footage. But I want a watchable video, and I think an hour is probably the most. Now, video one of the series will be, here's the kit, here's the sprues, here's the decals, here's the instructions. Absolutely no building. And obviously talking about why I bought it. And then obviously I haven't finished any yet, but the last video is going to be talking about the kit, any issues that I found, what I thought of it, reasons I enjoyed it, reasons why I didn't enjoy it as much, etc., etc. And of course, what that then does is a little bit of a sneaky thing, because I've got the end of one series and then the first one of the next series. It gives me 2 weeks of no building. It gives me a chance to get things done in advance, get the planning done. So I might already have made a couple of videos before that first one has come out. And then that way, if I run across problems and can't produce a video in a week, I've not got a blank space on my YouTube channel, which almost happened with the F14, because I just lost all the will to model on that one. And it was all my fault for bad planning. I'm getting it back now. And now that I've started, what we've got issue 9. I've done issue 9, video 9 and 10, and it's really coming along now. And what I've done, I don't know if I've mentioned it but I'm actually I'm bringing this mosquito in early. So for a couple of weeks, it's going to be the F14 is going to be fortnightly, and the mosquito will be fortnightly, just to give me a little bit more time to get the F14 done. But you'll love it anyway. You will love it. Except for P40, whose opinion I asked in the video is coming out on Friday. But so you'll be watching a video you've already seen. But it's your own fault for being really, really good with your opinions.
Let's go down.
Well, I do try.
Oh, you do a great job. No, I just love the way that you don't pull your punches. You're honest, and it's constructive. It's constructive. It's the only way I can describe it.
Yeah.
When I have people who just go, "Oh, that's really good for everything," it doesn't push me to improve things. So, anyway, right. So, Paul J. Lewis, I think I've got the answer to my question. Sue, Ice Queen, hates building planes. But when she has built a plane, she really hates trying to put the flaps together on the wings, hence the flap hazing. Right. Okay. So she gets in a bit of a flap over her flaps. You know what? I didn't see that comment. I just clicked the next one. I'm sorry, Paul. Sue's getting in a flap about her flaps.
I get a lot, yes.
Sue's good at planes. We've all had issue with the kit's flaps. So thank you. Off to cook dinner. Be here. Cook off to cook dinner. Here. Be well. And this was nice. Thank you. Paul J. Latest at John Alex Scale Models. Take care, buddy. And then James Miles says, we'll still be here. Yeah. So, right. So, F14 coming along really nicely. Rather happy with it. Do you want a spoiler? You always like spoilers, don't you?
Sure.
So, what I've done, because I had that issue. Oh, I love that cockpit. Right. So, what I done was I got in a right old muddle about the, I don't know how best to describe it, the white and the grey wavy lines.
Oh, yeah. So,
Trying to nick the screen now. So the white bit that goes there. So what I've done is I've gone over in the grey to bring that down too far. Then I'm going to bring the white up. I know it'll be all right because I've done this before, so I can paint the white over the grey. And then I did that and then I left it. I'm not doing any more on that because last time I put masking tape on paint, I hadn't let the paints dry enough. So when the masking tape came off, it took all the paint off. So I'm like, right, stage 1, that's done. And then I got on with some of the cockpit, which I am rather happy with.
yeah.
And then the next video, I did intend to do this. And this is, right, don't laugh at me, guys. I never even used clear paint, let alone airbrush it. So this is my very first attempt. And I am rather happy with it. That'll do, won't it?
That's nice.
That's pretty good.
Can you tell I use black primer on the outside? It's a little tiny bit bitty there, but on the outside, you don't notice it so much.
Mm-hmm.
The only problem I had a big old seam line down the cockpit, and I've never removed a seam line before. And I'll ignore that for a minute. I'll come to that bit. But there was also a seam line on the inside. And I worked out that I could get my Dremel drill and I could, rather than rubbing that with sandpaper, I could actually go in with my little polishing compound and the little brush, and it got it out nice. But what do we say about power tools and plastic?
High speed will melt them.
Yes, it does.
Ooh, look at that. Oh,
I got a lot of it out, and that's as far as I'm going with it. But trust me, it was a lot worse than that. So, so I think the F14 has become my experimental model, and I do plan on doing another one. But on the whole, I'm really happy with the masking job.
mm-hmm.
You do need to paint the insides, but I'm tempted. Well, I might still paint it because I was a little bit worried. So I was planning on doing that in 2 stages. I thought I'll mask off there and then we'll paint this outside bit, and then we'll leave it a week or 2. Then we'll mask the inside and do the lines going across. And I think that'll be a lot easier that way. And I didn't quite get the color match I wanted. As you can see, it's not a problem. I can fix it, but ideally I would have got that matching color straight away. But the lesson there is finish building it before you paint it.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for some unknown reason, I decided to paint as I go, and it's become troublesome. Not impossible. You know, it's not a hole that I can't dig myself out of. But yeah, it's all the process, isn't it?
Oh yeah. You got to find out what works best for you.
Well, yeah, the way I've done this obviously isn't the best way to work for me. But yeah, no, it's, you know, I'm not doing tutorial videos. I'm doing build diaries.
What about the SCAD you've been working on?
The SPAD.
The SCAD.
It's slow but steady. I've got because this is never intended to be on YouTube. This is just, well, actually, it was a test piece. But yeah, this is what I've got so far. It's all decaled up. I'm in the process of doing the flaps. Very topical, isn't it? And I've done the. This has been painted about 15 times because I keep catching it with overspray, and in the end, I went, sod it, I'm leaving it until I've finished. But the next step is working on the bombs, and as you well know, when it comes to Sky Raiders, the bombs is about as much kit as the actual aircraft.
Yeah.
Because it's not a light load, is it?
No.
But I've got to put the decals on the front. Did you know, everybody, this little tiny aeroplane carried more ordnance than the B-17?
Yeah.
I didn't know that, and you wouldn't think it possible, would you?
Well, it's got a big honking engine.
Well, it has got a big honking engine. And, the only thing that's better than this, I don't know if it is better than this, is the A10, because that's the replacement, wasn't it?
Yeah, kind of, yeah.
But so
what you're going to want to do is heavy exhaust staining from those exhaust outlets.
Yes, I did notice that. Also, what I noticed with the Hawkeye and the Greyhound, you have to put a lot of weathering on exhaust on the wings. Right now, I'm going to just pause there for a minute because a lot of people might be going, what? Now, obviously, this isn't it, but the wings, say the engines are there, right? And these wings kind of fold that way. And when they're taxiing to the catapult, they don't unfold their wings. They actually move. They taxi to the catapult. Well, with the engine being there and the wing being there, it then means you've got a honking great load of, I don't know, I just picked that word up from. You've got a load of exhaust smoke. So you've got all of this exhaust smoke on the bottom of the wing. So you need to put exhaust all along there.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, no, this is coming along. This has got little bits. The color match looks terrible because that's been glossed and that hasn't. That doesn't help. But this is done.
You finished that one. I've been really interested in this one.
Yeah. So should I buy another one and then do that on YouTube?
Why not?
It's really good build. See, it's coincidence that the first 3 kits that I'm doing are Tamiya kits on YouTube. And then this is a Tamiya kit. And they're all fun builds. And this is not a Tamiya kit. This is an Italiari kit. And this is not so much fun to build. Even the color call outs are awful. Because you've got 2 bits on there, which according to the color call outs is gloss green. And they're not, they're windows. So I think you actually want clear green.
Clear green is what you want, yeah.
Yeah, not gloss green.
Right.
Why they called it gloss green. So someone is going to go out there and paint that gloss green, and then everyone else is going to look at it and go, what on earth have you just done? So that's my little Sky Raider, which I used to one of my favorite aircrafts until the F-14 came along. Because I did absolutely love it. I think when I first fell in love with that, I think it was the fact that it's got half the world's missiles on the bottom of the wing that made me excited about it. But I do like it, and I'm doing the mid-killer version because you've got to, really, haven't you?
You have to, yeah. Another one to do would be the one, the toilet bomber.
Yes, definitely. When I first saw that picture, I thought it was a Photoshop joke. And then I found out, no, it's not. It's real. I also think I keep quiet about this. I'm not thrilled by Spitfires, especially at the moment when I'm doing this starter kit one. And then obviously I'm building that big Spitfire, and then I'm going to be doing the Tamiya Spitfire, which I'm going to convert to the Harchette one. But there's a beer delivery one that I'd quite like to do that.
Uh-huh.
Apparently what they did is they strapped two barrels of beer on the bottom of a Spitfire.
Right.
People dropped them over friendly troops that were fighting abroad, just to give them a little bit of a lift on morale. And I'm thinking, how nice is that? That's anything with a story behind it.
Yeah, they went up to high altitude to chill it too.
Did they? I didn't know that.
Yeah.
So that's wonderful. That's absolutely wonderful. Seeing things with a story to them, I think, are fantastic. So
I don't think they dropped them. I think they landed in.
Okay. Right. So last one to help me doesn't get any kind of right. What's this? What's the right? So Love Minis. Hello, Love Minis. YouTube didn't. Yeah, I think lots of people. I had that with Ice Queens. It didn't notify me of the 30-minute warning, and I just managed to find it. Of course, if you didn't know this was happening, this is why I want a regular day off. And then that way, even if people don't get a notification, they go, well, Penny always streams on such and such a day. So anyway, she says, hi all. Francis says, hey, Love Minis. Love Minis. Penny, every kit is an experience of looking at some point you want to drop it. No, I mean, you've said this before. And to be honest with you, I moan that these kits are going not so well, but I think equally, if I did a kit and it was an absolute breeze from start to finish, I'd probably moan it wasn't challenging enough. Because I do that with the part works, don't I? I moan about the problems and I do something about the problems, and then I moan when there's parts that that was easy. 5-minute build, that was too easy. So I think deep down, I love it when I have all these problems. I think we all do, don't we?
Well, in your case, it's not just problems; it's learning new things.
Yeah. I mean, really, I shouldn't use the word problem. I should use the word challenges, because that's what they are at my point. But I'm now admitting I am at least an intermediate builder. I keep going, I'm not very good. I'm only basic builder, and I am coming round to the fact I am starting to. It took me about 5 years to admit this, but I'm all right at painting, and I think it's okay. Once you start admitting you are pretty decent, it then spurs you on a bit. Then if you keep holding yourself back and saying you're basic, I don't think it pushes you any further, does it? So.
Yeah, you can get a bit complacent, and of course, then maybe you start getting bored, and then you start to push yourself.
Well, it's that, but I think I do enjoy pushing myself, because if you're just doing the same things over and over and never trying new techniques, I do think it gets boring, and then that's when you start leaving the hobby, because you're like, well, there's nothing new for me. So you get a kit and it's color call outs are wrong, so you have to spend a day researching the correct colors, and then you put the bits together, and they don't want to glue together because the paint the glue you've got doesn't work with that kind of plastic, and then there's massive holes in it, so you got to fill it all, and you haven't even started painting yet. And I think that's fun. Or am I just mental? So Paul J. Lewis, for your information in future, Penny, for the iridescent front screens on fast jets, try using nail foils. What the girls use, surprisingly, on their nails. Result, iridescent and clear screens. I am going to have a chat with you about that one day, and Yeah, because first thing I've got to do is look up what iridescent means.
Well, the blue you sprayed on the Tomcat windscreen was, looking at it through my screen here, I would call it iridescent.
Right.
It's kind of sparkly.
Oh, okay. All right. So are we suggesting that I'm getting sticky things and clear? That would work, wouldn't it? Clear. Or I could get better airbrush painting. So anyway, Dominique says the planes look neat. Thank you. And I think they'll get better as I do it more. I think once you've started doing that black basing, I don't think you could ever really stop anymore, can you? I think that's done now. You know, I'm never just going to do a plane. Especially, I think you've helped me out a lot because you've said carrier-based aircraft are really mucky.
Oh yes.
So I'm just like, yes, let's go to town on this. So
it's like 50 Shades of Grey on a Tomcat.
Yeah, I think I've got at least 49 of them, haven't I?
Yeah.
So Paul J. Lewis, nail falls are perfect for HUDs and cockpit computer screen. I've heard of that being done before. The screen I've done on the Tomcat is technically the wrong color. I can't remember who told me that. It might have been UP40. What I've done, I'm not going to show you because you can't really see it, but I've done the old paint it silver, then paint it with a clear color, a clear green for the computer screens.
Right.
But then I've said I'm going to be doing my aircraft parked on the ground, not in flight. And the computer screens, when they're switched off, would not be green. They would be grey, I think someone said. Yeah. So that's another learning experience. So I've got an F-14 Tomcat that's been parked on the ground that the Rio has obviously forgot to switch the electrics off. So, Love Minis, pushing yourself is life. Yes, you started this, Love Minis. You used to push me and shout at me. She used to shout at me, something rotten. Go do this. No, she really did push me, but I got the results that I didn't know I wanted those results until she pushed me and I got them. And I reckon at least half of my skills I owe to Love Minis. So Horlicks, agree, that's what I did with the Bluetooth control and the Route Master. I really doubted myself. I could do it, and now I have it working and never thought I could do it. Totally agree. Yeah. I think there is a fine line between confidence and what's the word I'm looking for? Cockiness. You can be cocky, but you can be confident in yourself. And I've often said, I'm not sure if I can do it, but I'm happy to give it a try. That's kind of the stage I've been. And I think I need to be a little bit more. Yeah, I believe I can do this. Right. Iridescent color changing, blue to green. Is that changing color as in like the Turbo Dork paints where they're sort of a pearl color? Or and then Love Mini says hi. So we are caught up on chat. Chris has done a runner. What have I got next? Yeah, so F4 Top Mosquito's coming out this Friday. So what I'm doing is that the F-14 is split into every 2 weeks. But the first Mosquito video, I put a lot of effort into that. And so that's not going anywhere. So I'm putting the original. So although the video will say coming next week, it's actually coming in 2 weeks. But I love that video. So I've not changed it. So I'm looking forward to that because that was a fun I say it was a fun build. I'm still building it. Oh, I bought some new toys. That's what I wanted to bring up. I'm at the stage at the moment where I have to save up for everything. And I bought 2 sets of, as you guys know, I use these EMBA drawers. Absolutely love them. I can't understand why everybody in the world aren't buying them. I love them that much. I'm buying AK Interactive paints because I lost a lot of my paints in a house move. And up until this week, they've all been sat in a cup. Well, first of all, I had them in this drawer, and I just put them all in, and then I crammed in as many as I could. And when I needed a color, I'd have to be sifting through them. But then the drawer got a little bit full, so I started freestanding them on this shelf here, and then I finally able to save up for the drawers, and I can't get this one in. I'll just show you the one drawer. But standard set of drawers, but it's got 3 sections in, and each drawer looks like, I can't coordinate my cameras and my speech, looks like this, and I'm well chuffed with that. So, and I've also bought the Tamiya version. Now I am looking at replacing my Tamiyas with AKs and metal colors. So I've got to move everything across because I'm not fully organized yet. Now the Tamiyas, you only get 2 drawers because obviously Tamiyas are a little bit taller, but the Tamiya drawers look like that. And the great thing is, because we weren't sure if he had any drawers that fits my metal colors, but it does. But obviously it's taller.
Too tall, yeah.
So what I'm going to do is when I finally get rid of most of them, I'm not going to just throw these away because they're obviously still useful paints. It's just that is this thing, this snowflake thing on Facebook. If you say, I prefer this color over this color, people take it as you hate this color. And I'm like, no, I'm not saying that. I think this is better than this one. And that's how I am with Tamiyas. I don't hate Tamiyas. I just prefer AK Interactive. So I'm not going to throw these away just because I'm getting AK Interactives. So as these get used up and there's less and less of them, then I'm going to start putting these in. But what I'm going to do is you've got a runner on the about there for the second drawer, because obviously the second drawer is going to sit on top, and there's a runner that sticks out about this far. So I'm going to pull that runner out, and I'm going to get the guy to custom make me a new front, which will be double the size, and then there'll just be one drawer, and I'll just get all my metal colors in there. I am saving up, and I'm going to buy the whole set, but I'm not going to buy the set until I actually need them. I can't see the point in buying a paint just because it's there. And
just
then
drawer.
Sorry?
Just to fill up your drawers.
Yeah. I mean, buy paint just because it's part of the set and then complain I've got no money. The other thing I bought, and I bought this by accident. What I often do is I go onto a site and I put things in the checkout, and then I leave it for a week or a day or whatever. And then I might go, actually, I didn't need that after all, so I'll take it out. And the story with this is that I put it in the checkout, and in the end, I felt I didn't need it. But when I come to pay for the order, I forgot to remove it. And it's this. This is it's actually a tablet stroke instruction stand, and it's multi-positional, and it is actually quite useful. It's only about 15 quid, but I can put my instructions on there, and it keeps the instructions off the table, but because it's directly in front of me, I can just about read them. So it's quite nice, and it fills a hole because I've got this hole here because I've got the microphone there, so I can't use all of that. But it's the best place for the microphone. So I'm going to move the microphone across a little bit so it comes out of here, and then I've got all this space there then for the instructions, and it's pretty neat. And that was about £15, and it was. I do love EMBA, but I think £15 for an instruction stand. When you look at the material, it's worth the money, but instruction stand £15. I think it's a lot for what you get. No,
Yeah,
did that make sense?
You could probably come up with something on your
Yeah,
own.
yeah. This construction, I believe, is worth £15. But however you look at it, it's an instruction stand. I could have done that with a cardboard box from Amazon. It wouldn't have looked quite so good. But whereas these paint drawers, there's absolutely no way the genius in the construction of them. There's absolutely no way. And half of the stuff I would probably be willing to pay twice as much for, because I do believe they're that good. But that I don't think, I don't think it's value for how much use I would get out of it. And that is it. But I've got one question to put to you, P40, and my viewers. It's probably a stupid question. What happens if I mix a matte paint with a gloss medium or a gloss varnish? Will I end up with a gloss paint?
Probably more like a semi-gloss, depending on how much medium you put in.
Okay.
It's like Tamiya. They make that flat base, which is taking their gloss colors and making them flat.
Yeah. No, it's just that something I was thinking of. I was doing some color conversions, and I'm converting colors into AK, and then you'll find with a lot of the colors, because you need a gloss, AK Interactive don't do a direct. If you're converting, say, the federal standard number, you won't get a color match because you're looking for a code that starts with 3. But AK will do the matte version, which is 1. So if you want, I'm making numbers up here, but if you're looking for 37880, which is a matte something or another, but AK Interactive do 17880, it's the same color, it's just the finish that's different. Now, in 99% of the cases, you can just put a gloss coat over the top and you've converted your matte, or you can put a matte coat on the top, or whatever. But sometimes it's really hard to put matte on if you're doing in, let's say you've got a gloss area surrounded by matte. You don't want to go straight in with your gloss because your overspray is going to make all the matte bits gloss, and it's just easier to use a gloss paint.
Mm-hmm.
If that makes any sense.
Well, yes, I guess for me, if you're going to go, if you had the correct gloss paint and you sprayed it that way, you would have to mask off the parts that are matte anyways.
Yeah.
So what would be the difference of spraying it with the matte paint and then masking the other areas off, spraying on your gloss?
Yeah, it's just I was thinking sometimes it might be easier to do a gloss or a matte. Sometimes you can just mask off and put, if you can mask off and put a varnish over the top, fine. Because these varnishes are so thick, you won't notice the line anyway, would you?
No.
Sorry, they're so thin you won't notice the line.
Right.
So, no, that was just... I mean, you pretty much said what I thought you would, because I quite often use a matte medium to thin a paint down but keep the consistency. sometimes you want to thin the paint so much that by adding water is going to split the paint.
Mm-hmm.
So instead of thinning it with water, like if you want to, I don't know, let's say you want to thin it 1 part paint, 10 parts water. If instead of using 10 parts water, you put a little bit of matte medium in, you then don't need so much water or thinners. And you got a little thicker consistency. So it's not the consistency of water. And obviously if you add, because matte medium is paint without the pigment, if you put half medium and half paint, you've now got half the pigment spread through the paint, haven't you?
Yeah, you've made the consistency thinner, but I don't think that you've really necessarily made the mixture thinner so it'll go through your airbrush easier.
Yeah. It's just that sometimes if you thin it too much, it just disintegrates as soon as you paint with it. It just kind of goes all over the place. And it's, you can do things with it to stop that happening, but the easiest way is just to use medium. And so, and I just wondered if that was the same with, if you put gloss varnish, you mix that with paint, you're not just diluting the paint down from one side, you're diluting the glossiness down. So I guess if you would use, because and I've got one more thing to show. It's more of a spoiler than anything. Ta-da! I'm doing a little spoiler. This is my latest issue of the Eddie Stobart. I didn't like the mud flap.
Oh, okay.
So I painted it. I just think it looks a bit better.
Yeah.
But I've gone into slightly let's go for it mode. I didn't just do the mud flap. I thought we'll have the edging in red, because then that way I haven't got to paint the edges. And then I thought, let's have that screwed down with a plastic strip, shall we?
Okay, yeah. Looks like holding the mud flap on, yeah.
Yeah. Now, part of the reason I did that was when I did the engine, obviously because I've done all this in rubber black, I've got to go over all of this and the van. But when I painted it, I half painted it, and because the paint was wet, it didn't really show off the color difference. It kind of came about. There was a really funny discussion on Facebook. Someone had said about the mud flap, and they said they want to make it look more rubber by painting it black. And then someone had said, "Oh, try the Tamiya semi-gloss." And I chirped it and I went, "Well, what about using rubber black as is rubber?" And then someone actually said to me, "No, I think semi-gloss black would be better." And I just thought, right, just stay out of this one, Penny. I've got my views. I personally think rubber black is closer to rubber than semi-gloss black. But then I thought, well, I've got the opportunity to show you guys the difference. That's black. If I said that's black, you'll all believe me. But then when I bring this bit in, you now start to say, no, that's not black. That's more of a grey. But if you see it without the black,
it's black. Yeah,
it is black, isn't it?
Right.
But when you see it against black, you go, oh no, that's not black. And that's, I just love the color, because it's not just the color, it's the finish as well. It does look rubbery, doesn't it?
Yeah.
With that black, it doesn't look rubbery. It does look like it's plastic. I think maybe it's because you're looking at the part, that's meant to be a plastic strip. So therefore it's meant to be, it looks plastic. Your eyes make it look plastic, but this doesn't look plastic. It looks rubbery. And that, I hope, looks like paint, because that's still going to be flexible. That's not a plastic strip.
Uh-huh.
I'm hoping where someone's perhaps gone with a paintbrush and just painted around the edges just to make it look a bit Eddie Stobart-y.
Mm-hmm.
Right, can I ask you a massive favour?
What's that?
Can I disappear for about 2 or 3 minutes and leave you on your own? I know you're carrying my stream for me, but I have a little bit of an issue. I just need to run over there for a second.
Well, I guess whether I agree
I'm
or
so sorry.
you need to go, and so go
Yeah,
ahead.
I tried to do it subtly.
That wasn't exactly or a
No. I'm back in a sec.
Okay. Well, a couple of weeks ago, when Penny and I and a gentleman, I don't remember his last name, but his name was Paul, and we got into talking about projects that are, say, a little bit off the rails. What in some cases might be called a what if, or a whiffer, taking something ordinary and doing something a bit different with it. And what he was talking about, he wanted to do was take a Spitfire and put a jet engine in it. And I said, yeah, that's an interesting idea. And he said, this would be something that he thought maybe the Germans would be doing, because they admired the Spitfire and thought it was a great aircraft and maybe really great jet powered. And so I went a step further with that, and I said to him, yeah, you know what that could have maybe been was a contender for the Volksjäger project, which finally ended up being the Heinkel 162 Salamander. And, just to kind of give a backstory to what he was doing. But another thing that I had brought up was an idea, because he wasn't sure about how I was going to feel about him doing something so off the wall. And I said, what I could see perhaps is taking an X-wing fighter. And so I went and purchased a Bandai 72nd scale kit, taking that and doing something like putting it in World War II camouflage. And I've already gotten a set of decals here. You might not be able to see this very well, but this second one right here, this is a Hawker Hurricane Mark II-C from Libya. So it's done in dark earth and middle stone, azure blue on the underside, and the spinner for the prop is red. So I thought, yeah, that's just perfect. So I don't know how well the code letters I've gotten with this decal set. These are 72nd scale decals, and the X-wing kit itself is also 72nd scale. I may have to find smaller letters, but I thought it'll look really tasty with the sand, or the dark earth and the middle stone on top and the azure blue below, and even taking and doing the nose cone here. Oops, this way. The nose cone here in red to simulate the spinner on the Hurricane. So that's something that I'm going to be up to for the next couple of weeks or so.
That is absolutely. Yes, sorry, I feel absolutely awful, but I couldn't sit here any longer. It was that or finish the stream.
Well, when you gotta go, as they say, you gotta go.
I do have. I think what doesn't help is I'll have like a couple of days of eating junk, and then I'll have a couple of days of eating good food, and it just sends my body a little bit crazy as well.
Yeah, there's something like eating some really good, healthy roughage to.
Do you know what? Right now, I'm not into these vegan plant alternatives, and I've got no problems with people being vegans. In case there's any vegans on, you eat your food and I eat what I like. I do object to vegan food pretending to be meat, like this chickenless chicken burger. No, it's not a chicken burger, is it? Because it's got no chicken in it.
Yeah.
Call it a veggie burger. But I was in the supermarket on Friday. I spent way too much. I spent about half a week's wages on a few days' food. But I saw spinach bites. They're like little tiny miniature burgers, nuggets, chicken nuggets, size, but they're made of spinach. And I like spinach. And I also bought, for convenience, a frozen vegetable biryani. And I also saw mac and cheese bites. Now, in Scotland, you have to love mac and cheese. If you don't like mac and cheese, do not come to Scotland.
I love mac and cheese.
Yeah, I was brilliant. Anyway, I was talking to a lodger this morning, and I said, I'll cook dinner. And I sort of had a look around. We had a bit of a mishmash. And because he's Muslim, he can't eat. He's a handy Muslim in that he doesn't eat the foods he can't eat, but he doesn't have to eat halal. I think that's not his, I think that's his preference. So he'll eat chicken from the supermarket and beef, but he won't eat pork, which is fine because it means more bacon sandwiches for me. So he's ever so easy to cook for, but the easiest, he does have a largely vegetarian diet because it's just easier. And I don't eat meat on a Friday, although today's Sunday. But it's just easier to do vegetarian food. And I didn't buy any of this for him; it was for me. But I said, all right. I said, I'll do the vegetarian biryani, but I don't think the packet's big enough for both of us. So I'll bulk it out. And he says, I like the look of the spinach bites, so I'll give them a try. And then I said, the mac and cheese balls don't really go with biryani, but they'll help bulk out the dinner. And that's what we had for dinner today. And it was actually really, really nice. So I know what to buy. There we go, Dominique. Me as a Dutchman, I eat cheese every day. They do, don't they? I was on a ferry to Holland when I was young, and their buffet bar is just like bread, ham, and cheese, and a few other bits. That's basically what their buffet breakfast is. Cheese. If you love cheese, go on a ferry to Holland and have breakfast. It's just cheese everywhere. I'll tell you what I tried yesterday for the first time. Jarlsberg cheese, is it? I don't know where it comes from, but that's quite nice. It's kind of an eating cheese, isn't it? But I also accidentally didn't realize what it was. It's a cheese called Mexicano or something. It's got chilies in it. And I didn't really think it might be spicy until I actually ate it. And thankfully, the Edam straight after kind of helped counterbalance it a little bit. So I was a little bit, probably didn't want this just before bedtime. So, yeah. Right, comment catch up. Francis, hi, love me with some type of gloss. And I guess this was you chatting.
Yes, it was you.
Yeah. So, yeah. Right, well, that's all my subjects covered in only 1 hour, 39 minutes. That's pretty good going for me.
It's a new world record.
Yeah, I think it is. Yeah. I'm sure we've still got another few hours to go. No, I can't have the stream go on all night because I've got, I'm cat proof in the house. So on the one hand, I want to make an early start in the morning, but then on the other hand, I don't want to make too much noise early in the morning because I've got some neighbours that I get on really well with, and I like to try and keep it that way. So she's all right if I make the occasional bit of noise, but if I make the habit of it, it's a little bit frowned upon. So I did have a funny moment with her actually, because we had some neighbours who used to smoke outside, and they used to chuck their ciggy butts outside. And she was complaining that she's having to pick them all up. She went, I picked 51 of them up. And they blamed me for it. And I said, no, it wasn't me. She goes, well, I know you smoke roll-ups. I said, yeah, I do, but I don't flick my cigarette butts outside. And she kind of looked at me. I don't think she believed me. And she said, I said, that these neighbours, they moved out about a month ago. And I saw her yesterday and I said, oh, how's the cigarette butt situation? She went, oh, it's much better. Yeah, there's not so many out there now. I went, oh, about a month after these people moved out. She went, So, yeah, okay then.
Mhm.
So, yeah. Because I said I have a cigarette before I leave for work. And then I have a packet of cigarettes in my car because I can't roll while I'm driving. So then when I'm in my car, I'll have a proper cigarette, which obviously as I'm on my way to work, that cigarette butt isn't going to get thrown outside my front door. So I said, but I smoke in the house because I don't smoke in the public area because there's 9 of us there and there's not much ventilation. And if you're one person smoking, there's one guy in one of the houses. He's obviously doesn't smoke the same brand of cigarettes that I smoke. I think he gets his rolling tobacco from some guy in one of the houses somewhere, and the police don't want to know about it. And it absolutely reeks. I really don't like the smell of it. And you can tell when he's had one, because if he opens his front door, it all wafts out.
Uh-huh.
So I'm not going to walk about. Because as a smoker, you don't appreciate how much it stinks for everyone else, do you?
Right.
So that's what I try and be aware of. So anyway, yeah. So that's not what we're talking about, is it, Siggy's? We're talking about modelling. So we know. You know what? You've just inspired me for an idea in the future. Kind of a what if project. With your X-wing.
Mm-hmm.
But I have thought about doing. Trouble is, I've got so many ideas so many things that I want to try out that I've just probably get round to it in about 5 years. The rate I'm going with my model kits. But Star Wars, I think maybe because the Obi-Wan Kenobi's just come out, I think that's got me in a Star Wars mode.
Mm-hmm.
So, anyone watching that? Anyone not want us to mention it? Are you a Star Warsy person?
I like Star Wars. I don't have a lot of these various streaming services, so I haven't seen Obi-Wan Kenobi.
Have you not? Well, I think I can say, hand on heart, you are missing out. Or maybe you're not. I got into the Mandalorian because
that's a really good one.
Yeah, I like that. And I got really excited about Boba Fett because Boba Fett had always been my favorite character.
A lot of people, that's their favorite character.
Yeah, I don't know why.
Because we didn't get to know very much about it. Really.
Possibly what it is, yeah. And then part of the way, I'm sorry, potential spoilers here. Partway through the series, he sort of gets called, no, he's not a true Mandalorian. And you're like, oh, he's a fake. And then about an episode or 2 later on, you find out he is a real Mandalorian. So it's like, oh, well, that's all right then. He's a real Mandalorian. And it's all about this sort of redemption arc for him. He goes from being a bad guy to a good guy. And it's really nice. And then obviously you had the Mandalorian season 2. I didn't think that was as good as season 1, but I don't think they ever are they? I think season 1s are always the best ones. And then the Obi-Wan Kenobi, I really did enjoy that. But to me, it's kind of tied in the 3rd and the 4th film a little bit better, along with all the other films.
Uh-huh.
So, and I'm just, but I don't know where they're going to go, because I'm hearing that they might be doing a second series of Obi-Wan, but how? I think they've tied everything up. Paul J. Lewis says Kenobi was meh. I suppose it depends on what elements of Star Wars, you're interested in. And I've never been into all the comic books and all the canon and everything. And I watched Emergency Awesome, Star Wars Meg, and there's another one, heavy spoilers. But I always make sure I watch them after the program comes out, and then they explain the various moments, which then sort of helps you along. Like the girl who was the youngling who became an inquisitor, and then why she's ended up going against Darth Vader and then becoming a good person. Maybe it's another redemption arc. So because I've got the nice Emergency Awesome explaining things to me, why it's good and why it's not good, maybe that's why I'm enjoying it more. So
now, the two series that I really like to follow is Stranger Things and The Orville. Those are the two that I really.
yes, I've fallen behind on the Orville, and I need to catch up. But I did enjoy that, because wasn't it originally intended as a Star Trek spoof?
Yeah,
but it actually became a decent series all of its own.
Yeah, they tried too hard in the first season to have everything be a joke.
Yeah.
And the second season, they kind of backed away from that. It's still funny,
Yes.
but it was just went more smoothly, and it really piqued my interest.
Yeah. I mean, it was when it became more, they're doing things to pass the time. I've forgotten the names, but that robot, and they were sticking things to
Isaac.
Yeah. And they were sticking things to his head.
Yeah,
they never noticed.
To learn about jokes and sarcasm.
Yeah, and then that's it. And then Isaac, didn't he cut his legs off or something?
He cut what's his face's leg off.
And he goes, but that's what you were saying, humor. And I'm like, yeah, that's how a robot would think. And it's a little bit like Data in Star Trek having a cat called Spot, is it?
Yeah.
It's got this cat to try and teach him to be more human, and he's not really. He's given a cat a dog's name, and he doesn't, and he'll try, and it's because it's like with the humor thing, you can't really. I think comedy is more because it's more of an emotion. It's like if Laurel and Hardy hitting each other on the back of the head with a plank. Well, how is that funny? I don't know. It just is.
Yeah.
If I go to work and I hit someone over the back of the head with a club, I'll probably get a sack for it because it's not funny.
Well, it's funny because you're seeing it happen to someone else.
Yeah. But the manager won't agree with that. I sit there in my disciplinary and they go, well, it's funny with Laurel and Hardy. No, sorry, that's not a defense. Anyway, what are you good at? What you like at? I'll say riddles, but it's not really a riddle. Something I saw the other day, and I'm going to share this with everyone. Right. So it's a complete change of subject. I have 3 pots. 1, 2, 3. And I have 10 coins. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And there's the 10th one. So we have to arrange these and these so that each pot contains an even number of coins. Sorry, an odd number of coins, not an even number, an odd number of coins. Any ideas?
Well, say you put 5 in one. And no, that's not going to work, is it? No, it's not.
Anyone out there got any ideas? I'm going to call that pot 1, pot 2, pot 3, just so that if you say 5 in 1 or 5 in 2. Don't know what's happened to Chris. Chris has done a runner. Probably walked the dog or something.
Either that or maybe his girlfriend came over.
Might have done. I want to tell you, but I also want to give everybody a chance to have a guess. They're all thinking about it, aren't they? You can tell from the lack of comments now.
Uh-huh. Everything I can think of, I still end up with one cup with an even number in it.
That's why they picked 10 coins.
Uh-huh.
So I did say everything you need to know. See if anyone can come up with anything. No, nothing yet.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, it's starting to click.
I think I got it. Put 1 in number 1.
Right.
I think I got it.
There are a few ways to do it, but the principle is there's only one principle.
And if I put 1 in number 2, no, I've still got an even number then, haven't I?
I thought you had it then.
Drat, and double drat.
Would you like me to tell you? I'll tell you what, I'll count to 10. If no one's typed anything, if no one said stop by the time I get to 10, I'll give you the answer. I want to give everyone a chance to have a guess. And there is a time lapse. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Right, no one said anything. Right, so what we're going to do, this is, like I say, there's a few ways to do it. We're going to put 3 into pot number 3. So there's an odd number, yeah?
Right.
Then we're going to put 3 into pot number 2. So there's an odd number, isn't there?
Right.
Now, these go into that pot, and then that pot goes on to there. So now there's 7 in that pot, but still only 3 in that pot. Have you frozen, or are you just thinking on that one?
It's like, well, you still really have one pot that has 4 in it then.
No, because like this pot has got 7 coins in it. This pot's only got 3, but this one's got 7. And now that pot's got 10 in it. And I did say rearrange the coins in the pots, didn't I?
Yeah.
I've been dying to tell you that one all night. That's cheating, red card, Penny, says Paul. Love Minnie says buffering. Oh, there was another one I saw, but I didn't see the actual answer. And what this guy had done was he put a £50 note in a pint and then dunked both pints in water, held them together, took them out of the water, and then put them up. And you've got to get the £50 note out without spilling no more than 10% of the water. And this woman had gone really quickly and done that, but she'd lost about a third of the water in one of the pints. And because he'd said you can lose up to 10% of the water, I guessed that if you got something really thin, because the £50 note had gone across the joins for the glass.
Right. Yeah.
if you'd have hit the £50 note flat and put like a piece of paper or a ruler or something and gone like that, you wouldn't get the £50 note, but it'd be sticking out the side. Then you pull it. But by doing that, you are going to lose some of the water.
Right, but
probably not 10%. But I couldn't find the answer because these TikTok videos, they do. This is part 1, part 2 next week, part 3. You can't find part 4, and here's part 5. So, but that's my answer anyway. But whether or not it works, right? So I can't think of anything else to tell everyone apart from the fact you've all been wonderful. It's been a wonderful stream. And we've still got 15 people watching at nearly midnight. So must be something. I've just seen the chat on the actual YouTube channel. Whereas it says on my chat, Love Mini says buffering. But on the actual YouTube, it's a little icon. Oh, look at that. Just as I'm thinking about finishing the stream, Smith Speeds comes in and says, hello, everyone. So Smith Speed says, hello, everyone. And they say, Chris has lost some weight. Yeah, he's looking a bit thin, isn't he? Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. I said, well, I think we'll end up losing it. I think we'll finish the stream and then he'll come along and he'll go, oh, where is everyone? Hello. What's going on? So yeah, let's see, paint. I'm building my. Do you know what I did? I'm trying to order like 4 or 5 pots of AK every week, about 10 or 15 quid, rather than having to buy like loads and loads of paint in one go. And I've made an order that's basically I've got all the paints I need for the F14 and the Mosquito. And so I started working on the paints for the Sea Harrier, which is going to be the 3rd project. And I've now got all of the paints. So I ordered a load of US Navy colours. I got a list of all the US Navy colours. Unfortunately, the website doesn't exist anymore, so I'm glad I printed it off. But there was a website called I've forgotten what it's called now. World War Resources or something like that. The World Wars, and they have all these sections, and they've got this. This is one web page printed off, and it's got all of that. I'll show you, and it's absolutely brilliant. But they also do the RAF version. So like picking this page, I'll pick a page that's semi-random. So between 1947, let's just steal the full screen. Sorry, guys. So US Navy between 1947 and 1955. You've got, they're just overall glossy sea blue. Probably not a great example. I'll tell you what, I'll pick the 1979 one, which is my F14. And it just gives me the resources to override a kit. So if I'm not happy with the paints, I'll go with this. So Cold War, Vietnam War between 1971 and 1980. So the lower areas and the flaps are done in insignia white, FS 17875, and there's the color conversions. And then the upper overall is a light gold grey FS. Come on, focus. 16440. And then if it has the radome, that's the color of the radome. And then it gets a little bit complicated. There we go. 1980s onwards, it gets a little bit complicated because you've got color codes for individual aircraft, and you've got 2 different schemes for the F4, whether it's Marines or Navy. You've got 2 color schemes for the F14 and 2 for the FA18. But it's just really useful if you're not sure. if you look at the instructions and you're not, because obviously they're going to do conversions. For example, Airfix. Hey, we've got Chris back. Smith Speeds, how you've lost some weight, Chris. Yeah, obviously things like Airfix will give you handroll call outs because obviously now if they've got a particular shade of green, they don't do the exact shades, they're going to tell you to buy the closest handroll. So I can check that little chart and say, no, I'm not going to use that. I'm going to use this particular AK. And even if that's not 100% accurate, at least it's consistent, which I think consistency, especially when you're weathering, I think consistency is more important than accuracy. And I don't mean paint it red when it should be yellow. How many shades of grey are there out there?
Is it what? Yeah.
200, it must be 200 shades of grey out there. So isn't it funny, right, that a man can't tell the difference if I'm wearing a mauve, a burgundy dress and a wine colour dress? They can't tell the difference. But you give them a pot of paint, they'll go, "Oh, that's one shade too light."
Yeah, who could tell the difference? What colour?
That colour wasn't used till 1974. That's a 1965 colour. So what I've done is, because I couldn't think of what paints to buy, so I bought a load of the navy colours, and then I looked at the chipmunk, and there's about 8 different colours I need to buy for that. So that's going to come next week.
Weren't you using Vallejos for a while?
I'm using Vallejo metal colour for the metallics because I do like them. And I'm using AK. I was using Vallejo, as straight paints, and I do quite like the Vallejos actually. But I'm starting to notice that certain paints are better for certain jobs. I don't think so much of the Vallejo model colours for figure painting. I just don't think they're, but I think they are designed for scale models, and they are good for scale models. AK Interactive do different ranges for different jobs. They have a figure painting range, which are not tend to be, but I think that the figure paints, they tend to be a little bit more vibrant because you're pushing highlights and colours a lot more. But I'm just getting on really well with the AK Interactives. I bought a couple and I really like them, and I'm madly in. I keep going on about I'm madly in love with that rubber black.
Yeah,
I absolutely love it. I know other companies do rubber black, and I really like the light gold grey because when you're putting it on, it's got kind of a brown colour to it, and you think, "Oh, this isn't right," and then it dries to that nice grey colour, and it's really weird. It's kind of a sandy colour, and then it dries to a nice grey. Sort of when you make a cup of tea and you put far too much milk in or coffee.
Oh yeah.
Kind of the colour, but it's a really nice grey. And maybe I'm being biased because I got a bit of a bent towards US Navy. So there we go. That's Miss Speeds. If we call a pot of red paint pink, the paint isn't going to flip its lid. We would be in if we get a dress colour wrong. That mauve dress looks great. It's not mauve. End of world. Yes, I know we have a trick. I know we have a trick that you could always give the wrong answer. You know, it's like which dress looks better? Well, that one. Who said I look ugly in that one? Are you? You know, well, all right, that one. Oh, well, so what's wrong with this one then? So, but that's why not? Why not? So yeah, I'm just say, but yeah, I'm the AK Interactives I like. I've had to buy a brass Vallejo Metal Color don't do brass, funnily enough.
Oh,
So, yeah, I'm surprised. And I need brass for the chipmunk. It's got a couple of brassy bits.
Yeah.
Now, I could possibly make a brass because I've been doing that where you've got like a light gunmetal. So what I'm doing is I'm using gunmetal grey and then adding in a little touch of aluminium just to brighten it up a little. I figure that's a light gun grey, isn't it? But yeah, I will be getting the full set of these, and I will use these for metallics. But as I say, the AK Interactive brass, unless I can figure out how to make a brass, they don't do it in brass. But brass is a kind of a, what is it, a coppery goldy color, isn't it?
Yeah.
it's kind of a very yellowish gold.
Yeah. So maybe I could make it by mixing two colors together. So I don't know. So yeah, I think we're a little bit spoiled because theoretically you could make what's the minimum number of paints you need? Five? Your three primaries are black and a white.
Aye.
And you should, in theory, be able to make any color on the spectrum.
Right.
But what they do is they give us, I mean, I've only got about 30 paints and probably 10 of them are shades of grey. That's how spoilt we are.
Yep.
So, right, Paul J. Lewis is saying for brass, try Mr. Hobby Metal, Mr. Metal Color 219. Is that an acrylic or a lacquer?
Mr. Hobby is lacquer, and they also have an acrylic range.
Right, because I'm a little bit dubious about trying lacquers at the moment. I'm an acrylic painter, and it's not something I'm quite ready to get into.
Well, I have gotten into using Mr. Colored lacquer paints.
Right.
I'm really liking them, and this is one of their metal range. This is a dark iron.
Right. So the two questions I've got then is: are they really good, and are they easy to get hold of?
I don't know how difficult they are to get a hold of. I have sources for them. I know that there is a place in England that I ordered a bunch from. And then I found out there was a place here that I could get them from, Andy's Hobby headquarters. Although he didn't have quite the selection of colors that the English site had, and I can't remember off the top of my head exactly where I ordered them from.
Right.
And I hated going to the English source for them because, of course, then it costs an arm and a leg to have them mailed to you over the ocean.
Yeah.
But it would work out for you.
Right. Right. The place I get my paints from, they do Mr. Color. Right. I think this is the wrong color because I've got 219. Oh no, it's FS 219. Let's see.
Oh, it should be just three numbers. Like the dark iron I have here is number 214.
Well, these Mr. Colors or Mr. Hobbies. What am I getting? Mr. Color. Right. So they're 2 letters and 2 numbers.
Yeah.
So let me look up. Well, the metal range is a totally different range from their regular lacquer colors. Although this one, this is a gray green that I got for doing my zero, and
Yeah.
that's number 128.
128.
They have a vast range of colors, and they aren't really arranged in any particular order. They just keep adding colors as they go along. But
Yeah, that 128. What? MC. There we go. MC 219. Perfect. Got it. Got it. Right. Out of stock at the moment, but I've got a brass. So I'll look for something that needs a colour. I don't mind. They're £3.70, and I'm doing orders. My paints are just short of £3. I don't mind chucking one in to give it a try. I did actually buy one of the AK Interactives because I bought it for the Eddie Stobart,
uh,
and that's lacquer. Lacquer. It's something. It's celluloid. No, hang on.
cellulose is a lacquer, yeah.
Oh, it's the same thing, is it?
Yeah.
Right. So with that just high quality lacquer, trouble is they stuck a great big sticker over it. When I tried to remove the sticker, it's took half the label off as well.
Yeah, I know. With all the warning labels they want to put on, any information really about the actual color tends to get lost.
Yeah, yeah. So, right. So, question for UP40 and Paul Lewis. No, for Dominique. Dominique has just said extreme metal from AK is very good, and I've got one of the extreme metals. If I've started on this, would you say continue with the extreme metals or switch to Mr. Well, I suppose the answer there is buy one of the Mr. Metal colors.
Yeah, and try it out.
On with it.
I mean, that ultimately, no matter what I say, I mean, for me, it works wonderfully, and you may think it's garbage when you try it.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I kind of answered it as I asked, didn't I? Because I was watching a video, I forget who did it now, but they did a big paint off, and they took 16 different brands of color, and there's 2 of them, and they painted a miniature using one brand only, and then painted another, and it was like a big old knockout chart. And in each round, which they had points for availability, how nice it mixed, how available it was, and how nice it was to paint with. And I'm looking at the matchups, and most of them I mean, when you get like what was it called, Applejack or something like that paint, apple
barrel, maybe
apple barrel, yeah. When that goes up against AK Interactive, you know AK Interactive is going to win.
Right.
Apple Barrel is a very good. I mean, I've never used it. It's more of an American thing.
It's cheap acrylic paint.
It's a very good paint for the price.
Yeah.
But when you've got a head-to-head with a heavyweight paint, you know which one's going to win.
Right.
There were a couple of matchups that shocked me. And there were a couple of unfair matchups, like those war colors. Absolutely fantastic paints. But you have to use them a few times to get used to them because they've got a gel medium in them. And as a result, they're quite transparent. They do a range of base paints. So you put, like, say, a blue base paint, which will give you the full coverage. Then you start painting the other blues on top. They're designed for figures where you want to get your different colors coming through. And because they're almost, it's pretty much like painting with the Tamiya clears. You know, it's see-through.
Right.
You're building up your layers.
Mm-hmm.
So to put that up against something like Scale 75, which is a very heavy pigmented paint, is perhaps a little bit unfair.
Right.
But the test is the test. And And you found there was one paint in particular, one guy rated it very low because he just really didn't like it, and the other guy rated the paint quite high. And it just goes to show that doesn't matter what results we got, you've got to find the paints that you like.
Exactly.
I'm pretty sure that there'll be quite a few people offended by the fact that I've just said earlier on, I don't think as highly as the for the model colours. They're good paints, but I don't think they're the best. And I bet you there's a few people that are out there going, "What? What? How dare she say that?"
Well, they have kind of become the paint manufacturer of the moment. You know,
Yes, they're better than Humbrol and Rebel. Well, I don't know about Rebel, but they're better than Humbrol. But Humbrol are what Humbrol are.
yeah.
I kind of see the Airfix kits, and you know they're things that you give to kids to get them into models, and then they start going into the more complex stuff. And it's like Citadel paints. Citadel are designed to thin with water, which makes them more accessible to someone of a younger age group. And Citadel can be picked up by a 6-year-old, brush in his hand. Oh, my monitor keeps going. There we go. My monitor just loses signal every now and again. And I get a black screen, then it comes back. No, what they teach you with Citadel is that you get a brush full of paint, you dab it onto the palette, you get a little bit of water, you thin it down a little bit, and you paint with it. And a 6-year-old can do that, and it gets young people into the hobby. And then Citadel or Games Workshop teaches you how to do basic highlights, and then that gets you a very good standard. And then sorry, I've just seen the next comment coming up. It's just reminding me of something. But then as you get more advanced with the painting, you start learning new techniques.
I can hear you.
You start to find other paints are much better. So Paul J. Lewis has just said, "Come on, Penny, Dulux paint is better than Humbrol." Just saying. You might have just offended 10% of the model making world with that comment. There's people out there that goes, "No, Humbrol are very good paints," and they're not wrong. If you think it's the best paint, then it's the best paint for you, isn't it? So,
yeah. Whatever paint that you find that works for you, that's the best paint for you.
So basically, my answer is to not buy Mr. Hobby Brass because it's out of stock at the moment, but is to buy a Mr. Hobby paint, which I'll chuck one in next time I do an order, and I'll give him my own head-to-head test.
Yeah.
And I'll see how it goes. I'll paint two or three different things. There's a lot of paints I've used. I've hated them the first time, and then I've used them again, or I've used them wrong. Love Minis says brass is gold with a different paint under it. Okay,
I didn't know that.
Well, brass is an alloy, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It makes sense that it's a mix of colours. Gold is gold, isn't it? And silver is silver.
Yeah.
Right.
So obviously gold, you buy a gold, but brass being an alloy would make sense that you can make it with two different colours. Whereas I guess you couldn't make gold. The only way I can think to make gold is to use gold.
Yeah.
Or silver with a bit of yellow in it or something. I don't know. There we go. I think me and Paul J. Lewis think along the same lines. Humbrol were great when I was 6. So basically that long-winded explanation I've just given, Paul J. Lewis has just got it, he summed it in one sentence. But that's my viewpoint. It's the same with Citadels. Not out to offend anyone that still use Citadel paints, because I think Ice Queen uses a lot of Citadels because she does a lot of Citadel models. But I do think they're starter paints. And I don't like bottles and I can confirm that with my first F14 video, where I've lost 2/3 of khaki. I can't remember which one it is, but it was F. There we go. 2/3 of that bottle has been lost because it got tipped over and went all over the cutting mat. That's why I don't like bottles. But I'm sure there's someone out there who'll go, "Oh, get a bottle holder."
Yeah.
So, but no, see, that's part of the reason why I like the AKs is that because as you notice, I use a palette. That's what was kind of drilled into me when I was doing figure painting.
Mm-hmm.
I squirt things down on a palette and I'll use the palette. So that's why I like bottles. Squirt on the palette, put the lid back on. I can throw that across the room. It's not going to splatter everywhere.
Yeah.
I love that. Those two comments go together. Look, Humbrol were great when I was 8, when I was 6. And then we all grew up.
Yeah.
John Alex checking back in. Hi there, John. At John Alex Scale Modeling. Welcome back. Hi there, Paul J. At Paul J. Lewis.
Nice.
So yeah, I'll give them a try. So these lacquer paints, I take it it's just as simple as I just need to pour a little cup full of lacquer thinners, and that's how I clean the brushes with it.
Well, I found that the best thinner to use with the Mr. Color paints is their leveling thinner.
What, as a cleaner?
As a cleaner, as a thinner, you know.
Oh, that sounds expensive.
I even use Mr. Color leveling thinner with my Tamiya acrylics.
Yes, a lot of people, because I always thought that's not it, is it?
No.
Mr. Color thinner.
Hang on a second here.
Yeah.
I bought this.
Here it is.
Puppy.
Oops, wait a minute. Pull it down.
Yes, that's it. Now, I was under the impression that Mr. Color leveling thinner is just thinner with retarder medium in it.
That may be true. I'm not sure. I decided to try it because I've always had a terrible time with the gloss. They always end up too thick and orange peely. And I thought, I'm going to try mixing 50% Tamiya gloss black with 50% of this leveling thinner. And it's like, holy cow, look at this. This is wonderful.
Right. See, because I make my own thinners.
Uh-huh.
And I think my thinners are better than the Tamiya ones, which hasn't set the bar extremely high there, because I don't think Tamiya thinners are the best thinners.
No, I don't think so either. That's why I try. Although some people, I had heard that some people, instead of using their acrylic thinner, were using Tamiya's lacquer thinner with the
right,
which is what gave me the idea of using the Mr. Color thinner.
Yeah.
With the Tamiya paints.
Yeah.
And I've been real
Why
happy.
do my streams always get more interesting as I'm thinking about closing them off?
I think it's because Chris came back. I blame him.
It's Chris. See, my thinners, I go slightly heavier on the retarder, just ever so slightly. 5 mil instead of 3 mil. And it's the reason for that is because I try to do more airbrushing.
Right.
It doesn't dry so quickly in the airbrush, so I get less clogs. But it also means that it's pretty good with a brush. But then obviously the negative side is that when I thin my paints with my thinner, it doesn't dry so quickly.
Right. Yeah.
Slap
with the gloss Tamiya, the downside I found was it took days.
Yes.
For it to dry anywhere near where you could actually just touch it and not ruin it.
Yeah. Because the way it was explained to me is that when you put paint on, especially with a brush, you're painting lines in it where the brush bristles have been.
Right.
And once the skin forms on the outside of the paint, that's it. That's the shape it's going to keep.
Right.
While before it's got that skin on, it's trying to push down. Right. And it will all, so that's why it levels.
Right.
So the longer it takes to dry, the flatter it will be.
Right.
So at a microscopic level, your brush stroke, the paint looks like that.
Right.
Yeah. If it doesn't completely flatten before it forms that skin, you've now got the brush marks.
Right.
Which is why sorry guys. Which is why, despite thinning, my base on my Spitfire looks like that.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's been thinned with water, it's just not really, it's dried before it's leveled. So
right.
if I'd have put a little touch of retarder in that, which I couldn't because I was doing it on a budget, which is part of the reason why I hate doing the modeling on the budget thing. No.
You hate your own idea.
Oh, it's a good idea, and you try ideas. It's not the first time I've tried something and gone, that wasn't a good idea.
Right.
But yeah, so now obviously, I mean, to be honest with you, when I did the costing, so has that video come out yet? I don't want to spoil a video that hasn't come out. It hasn't come out yet. So I've done a video on making my own thinners and cleaners. And I did a costing and I worked out various products and worked out the price per 100 milliliters. And my thinner works out about 1/7 of the cost of a commercial cleaner.
Right.
But what shocked me and was obvious when I thought about it, my Medina airbrush cleaner is cheaper than Vallejo airbrush cleaner because I buy Vallejo airbrush cleaner in that size bottle, whereas the Medina I buy a litre bottle. It's about 15-18 quid, but the price per 100 milliliters is cheaper because I'm buying it in bulk, which is funny because I then decant it into that.
Speaking of airbrush cleaners, I learned something that's rather interesting. And I know that you use Tamiya's extra.
Yes, I know where you're going on this.
Their airbrush cleaner is the same chemical.
Yes.
As this. And you can buy a bottle of the airbrush cleaner a lot cheaper than buying this little bottle.
Yes, and it's the same stuff.
And it's the same stuff, yeah.
Yeah, you can pour a bottle of Tamiya extra thin through your airbrush and it will clean it. Nigel's modeling bench has bought some a big bottle. Help me out, anyone who knows what I'm trying to say here. It's a big bottle of some cleaner. It's a really heavy duty cleaner, and it is effectively Tamiya extra thin cement. It's the same thing. But I know everything that Tamiya sells is well overpriced.
Oh yeah, it's way overpriced.
I'll see the price of their sanding sticks and tweezers. They'll sell a pair of tweezers for £5, and I'll go down Asda and buy a pair for £1.
Yeah, but it doesn't say Tamaya on it. Come on.
Oh, no, it doesn't. It does if I. No, all I got to do is. No, hang on. It will do in a minute.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
My products say whatever I want them to say on it. I'm sure I could have a pair of tweezers that say penny on them.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I think it's the way I was brought up is I don't mind spending the money on stuff so long as I know I'm getting the value for it. And you know, if a bottle of glue costs 20 quid, that's what it costs. But if I can either make it or buy it for less, I don't want 20 quid stuff. I'll buy Tamiya glues because they are very good.
Yep.
You know, they are good. And I've got 3 of them because they do different jobs very well. And I think there's a price difference as well in them, aren't there? I think that is cheaper, isn't it? The white top.
Yeah.
And do you know what? I come up with something absolutely amazing. Well, I didn't come up with it. I watched a video and it's just something really, really, really stupidly simple. And why didn't I think of it? When that brush on the white top is quite fat, I noticed. Whereas the extra thin has got a much thinner brush.
Yep.
So what a lot of people are doing is when they use that first jar of extra thin, they pull the brush out of the lid and put it in that one. Why did I not think of that one? Sitting there grumbling. What was it? Something I did the other day, and I put a tiny dab of glue on and didn't notice that there was a big old collection on the actual shaft. And just as I went to touch it, it all dribbled down and then it just went. Right. The clue is in the name leveling. Apply a wet coat and it levels. Yeah. Mr. Rabbit Thinner, 400 mil. I think that's what Nigel uses. No, I think what I'm thinking of, it's not even a modeling product. It's like an engineering cleaning thing. I think its uses pour it over metal or something and wipe it down and it cleans all the muck or something like that, or an engine cleaner or something like that. I know he does use an engine cleaner for stuff, but he says do not put plastic in because it melts the plastic like.
It probably have either acetone or MEK.
Yeah. But that's basically what the paint WD now. It won't be WD-40, Paul. I mean, basically the principle of the glue is that it's not actually sticking bits together, it's melting it. And then it's the 2 melted sides that are then bonding together, aren't they?
That was sort of welded together. Meanwhile, the agent that caused that melting has evaporated.
Yeah. So then it starts to harden again. This is why you don't clamp bits down too hard, because you're clamping 2 bits of soft plastic and then they shrink. And then the rest of the parts don't fit. But whereas super glue is a glue, it sticks it together.
Yeah.
But that's where the problem is, because it doesn't change the parts, which is why. But yeah, so anything that melts plastic can be in effect be used as a polystyrene cement.
Right.
If used properly, correctly.
Yeah.
Controlled. I think controlled is the word I'm looking for.
Yeah, like you could go to your local DIY and buy a big can of MEK and use that to put all your models together, and it would be far cheaper than buying these tiny bottles of Samaya cement,
Yeah.
whichever brand you happen to choose.
Yeah. I think the reason we don't complain about the price of glue, though, is because even the ones that just like swamp a model in glue, that bottle still lasts a long time, doesn't it?
Right. Yeah. As long as you don't leave it open and then it evaporates.
Yeah. And because they've got a range, if you do run out of one, you can always use another one until you get the one you want. I mean, if you want to use extra thin, but you've run out, you can get away with using white top or I'm a bit wary of this extra thin quick setting, so I hardly ever use it, but it's there if I need it. I tend to use it where I'm holding tiny fiddly parts together.
Yeah.
And I know my fingers could slip at any minute because it's quite precarious. So I'll just hold them. I think I used them on the undercarriage on the Mosquito. They had to be held. And it's like, damn, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, that'll do.
Yeah.
But then I use a white top where I can't hold the parts together. So I'll put a dab on it because if you use the extra thin, it's dried before you bring the parts on.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah. Dominique, or maybe it's what plumbers use to glue plastic pipes. There in the Netherlands, a lot of people do that. Yeah. I'll watch through some of Nigel's videos. I know exactly when he bought it. He did a haul. He bought a load of stuff and he did a video on it.
Yeah.
This is why I love Nigel. I don't know if he's watching me at the moment or if he's ever going to watch this, but then I'm as honest as he is. So, sorry, I'm just going through his list of videos and he's got one called I Have Done Something Very Silly. That's where he swerved for a cat or something and he's ended up with all these bruises where he fell off his bike.
Yeah.
Do you know what? I can't find it. Or it might. No, it's not. I don't know. I'll look for it another time. See, I did have a problem with Nigel at first because he's so knowledgeable. He can criticize every kit, and he's been doing this 1:32 scale Lancaster, and I'm like, yeah, I want to get that one day. And he's just sitting there and he's going, no, that's wrong. That's wrong. This is wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's inaccurate. That was too late a version. Early versions had this. And by the time I watched 2 or 3 of his videos, I'm like, oh, I don't want to build it now because I don't think I could build it accurately. And everyone's going to look at it and go, that's wrong. And then I'll just end up getting upset. So, and I'll watch something else and then I'll go, no, I don't want to build that anymore. But his knowledge is amazing. And obviously he's got a network, where he's been doing modeling for a while. He's got a network of people who know. So what he doesn't know, he can ask someone else. So he'll get the answer. And then I just kind of forgot for a moment that if you want to build out of the box, then you build out of the box and it's fine.
Yeah.
Nothing wrong with that, is it?
No.
So, yeah, what have I said loads of times? People have said to me, is this any good? Have I done this well? And I'll always say to them, are you happy with it? And they'll go, yes. And I'll go, in that case, it's good. Because no other opinion matters. As far as I'm concerned, anyway. It's like you. Are you happy with your Jaguar, Chris? That's probably a bad question to ask. There you go. So, it only matters to other people if it's going to be sitting on their shelf. So, so if Nigel wants to go, yeah, this is wrong, this is inaccurate, that's absolutely fine. But then I can just build it out of the instructions and it's good.
Yeah.
I built it. I'll use his videos for guidance. But if it's a case of I've got to scratch build this and make a resin mold of that, that's not going to get done. So
Yeah, there's one model I wouldn't mind building though.
what's that?
You know, Colin McRae's famous car used to drive rally.
Yeah, the
Focus, is it? The Ford.
yes. Didn't he drive one of the Skodas as well?
He drive the Subaru as well.
Subaru, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind building one of those as a part workers. Colin McRae is one person I do remember. Like,
Yeah, he died now, isn't he?
yeah, 39 years old. 39 when he died.
Yeah, that's very young. Very
Yeah.
young. Even for someone in a dangerous sport, that's very young, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And another model I wouldn't mind doing as well is a Boeing 747.
Yeah. Yeah. Can you imagine that in 1:18 scale?
Oh, I get it.
Yeah. I really want to get you into scale models, Chris.
I have seen a skin model kit of that. Like, yeah.
No, I do you know what? I'm going to buy you the Airfix Spit Hurricane. I'm going to buy you the Hurricane starter kit.
Yeah.
Right, because it comes with a brush and 4 pots of paint, and I'll buy you some cocktail sticks as well, because you're going to have to mix the paints up. Because you always end up with a little lump of paint in the bottom of the pot, don't you?
Yeah.
With the hand rolls, and you'll get the glue with it. And I'm going to buy you the kit, and we're going to see what we end up with. Because I think the results will be better than we all think they'll be.
Yeah, there's one thing I have got a video on to go on YouTube as well, but I need to edit.
What's that?
There's one part I missed on the video before, and I've done another video, but I just want to piece it together, that one.
Right. Well, if you want me to help, I can't guarantee your time frame, but I can always try and help.
Yeah, I haven't forgot about it ages ago. I just remembered it tonight.
Yeah.
Because I've done my camera over here. I was just wondering.
Is that what you've just been off doing when you lost weight?
No, it's not a photo of that was.
Oh, bless. How is your mum?
Yeah, she's good.
Without going into too much detail because of how many people might be watching this.
Yeah, with personal circumstances, but.
Yeah, as long as she's all right.
Yeah.
So, oh God.
If anyone knows, if anyone does know, if there's a model out there which is the Colin McRae's famous car, then yeah, let me know. Because that remember the cars years ago, like, and the games as well.
Sorry, I've just looked at my notifications and I'm swamped with new subscribers and people liking comments that I've made.
Same as mine.
Do you know what? Right? Who was it? Nigel's modelling bench said that he had subscribed, but it unsubscribed me. I've got new subscriber Horlicks. Now, me and Horlicks have been subscribed to each other's channels for years. But I said to Nigel that when you're a small channel, you don't notice you notice the ups and downs more. But it's not uncommon for me to get, say, 2 new subscribers and then lose one the next day and then maybe lose another one and then gain 1 and lose 2. But if you've got like 10,000 subscribers, one lost and 2 gained isn't a massive impact in the channel, is it?
No, not really, no.
But when you've got like less than 1,000 subscribers, it has. But and I said, but also I don't always see new subscribers. It doesn't always come up. And I didn't realise that I'm gonna have to check Horlicks' channel. Do you know I'm not subscribed to his channel either? That's weird. That is weird.
I never had anything like that happen to me. And everybody I'm subscribed to, I'm subscribed to.
I owe someone a lot of thank yous. A lot of people a lot of thank yous. I had 718 subscribers this morning. I've got 733.
Oh, nice.
now I'm getting worried because I'm not a subscriber chaser, but I was planning on doing a little giveaway at 750 subs, and now I'm getting closer to that number, so I'm going to have to start dipping my hand in my pocket now to do the giveaway, aren't I? So that's exciting stuff.
Well, we put on such a brilliant show here this evening. Of course, people are subscribing.
Well, this is the trouble, isn't it? We keep putting out good shows with top of the range guests. Then yeah, it's going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll show you this photo now. The one car I want to do. That one.
Which one's that?
Colin McCraig's.
Yeah. There must be something out there. If it's not a part work, it's there must be. What is it? This Colin.
Rally car. Is that a rally car, Chris?
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the Colin McCraig's Ford, which is that one as well, which is another
photo
of it.
Might make that.
I tell you what, though, he's a legend, and I love this. I don't love him to bits in that way, but I did love him as a rally driver.
Yeah, I liked. What I like about the rallies is they're not going around in circles, are they? There's only one lap in a rally race, isn't there?
Yeah, it's a stage, yeah. And I remember when I was a kid playing the games on the PlayStation, like that was good.
Right, there we go. We got your answer for you. Who do you mean?
That's what I thought, right? I thought Tamaya made one.
Yeah. There is another. I've forgotten the name of the company, and me and you, Chris, were looking at it this morning. Yeah. There's a range of cars, model kits. They are extremely finely detailed.
Yeah.
They are extremely expensive, but they are extremely good kits. Yeah. And I've been told they're very daunting. But the main reason they're daunting is because they're very expensive. We're talking like £300 for a car. And when you're spending that much money on a kit, you don't want to muck it up.
Paul was telling us about those.
Yeah. Yes, that's it. Yes, it was Paul. Right, help us, Paul. Who is it again? Because I sort of found him this morning.
Because he said he had one that he's going to build.
Yeah.
Eventually.
Yeah, and Paul ISM has started building one. And I found a site this morning because what we were doing was we were looking for not part work models, but the actual original model of it. Like if you want the ship kit, that's the one. Model Factory Hero.
Yeah.
And we found quite a few kits, and actually there was a couple. They're out of stock now. They've got like the Harley Davidson Fat Boy. So it's pretty much the part work that I was doing, but not all of these are part works. These are actual models.
Yeah, that's why I wanted a part work of that car, I do.
Yeah.
Because how what though is it does remember. I do remember that car, like, and it's just want to make it my history, like.
Yeah, but what I would suggest, perhaps. Oh, why is that going all funny like that?
I have a look, yeah.
Right, let me make this a bit bigger. So you've got a load of 1:24 scale kits here, which are obviously smaller than your part works.
Yeah.
So, oh, here you go. And the figure that I'm looking for is closer to 600. I was being conservative.
That sounds like politics, love.
I like that. I like that. MG Metro. But I don't think these are the ones, are they? Because these look far too cheap. Yeah, don't think they've got they've got no 1:8s. See, this is something I was looking at as well. But look, there you go. Oh, should I buy that?
What's that? Look at us, Chris, so I can see it.
Alfa Romeo 88C
Oh, that looks nice. That does.
Is that a kit?
Yeah,
It is a kit, is it?
yes, it is.
Wow. It's only 200 quid.
Yeah.
So it's from the same company that made your helicopter.
Oh. Is it a plastic kit?
Yes, it is.
Do you reckon I'm up for the job?
Yeah, go on, Andy. I reckon.
No, you would though, wouldn't you? What do you reckon, 240? Come on, you're not fighting to upset me. Do you reckon I could manage that? He's refusing to answer. I'll take that as a no. I wouldn't do something like that as my first car anyway. I'd find a cheap little car to work on. What scares me about the cars is all the fine sanding and the multiple layers of gloss and sanding them down because
it's getting the body right,
the body work and polishing it and everything afterwards. And so it would have to be a cheap kit for my first one. In fact, actually, I've already got the kit to do as my first one, which is that truck, that wrecker truck. Yeah. Now I'll get the bodywork paint on that as nice as I can because it's only cost me a tenner. And if it all goes wrong, that's 10 quid down the tube, which has got to be a little bit better than 150 quid down the tube, isn't it? Or 600.
Yeah. Yep.
So, yeah, it's not. If the kit costs more than about 200 quid, you don't want to be doing techniques for the first time ever on it.
No, not really.
No. That's why cheap kits exist.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know plenty, but there's plenty to learn.
One of these are one mine doing as well, which is that's not advertising. That's just.
Oh, that's fine. What is it though, Chris? I can't see.
It's a 737, I think.
No, the 747.
Oh yes.
That is a 737.
No, the 47, isn't it?
No, it's a 737.
It is 737, yeah.
Hang on, I did type in 47, but it's not coming up.
The description there.
Show us the screen again, Chris.
Yeah, it was a 737, yeah.
Well,
yep.
Yeah, 737.
Just bring it down a little. 737.
I just put in that company in because it's just easy because it's UK, in it.
No, it's fine. It's
a 747 I want to do.
If you ever do scale model kits,
yeah,
and you can't get the livery that you want,
yeah,
check Hannants out because they do decals. So if, for example, if you can't get the EasyJet, maybe you can get the
Ryanair maybe
version.
Yeah,
you might be able to find the EasyJet decal somewhere. Might not
aftermarket suppliers that make decals you want.
Yeah, because I don't mind my planes as well, but especially the passenger planes, they're good. Being on so many different ones.
I have something to show you guys.
Well,
if I can find it. I've just got to look through my 400 tabs that I've got open. Right. So, one kit that I really, really want to do eventually one day, I think I showed you this last time, is this. It's only about 600 quid. So, as you know, I prefer to scale in 1 to 48. So, this is a 1 to 48 scale.
We'll have to rent another flat just to keep it.
Yes. Now, HPH models also do a kit of an aircraft that I'd like to do that I have only... what's going on? I don't like... Oh, here we are. Right. There we are. I have only been able to find this in 1 to 144 scale. Concord in 1 to 48 scale.
Quarter scale Concord. Oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And I actually don't think that's 400 quid. You don't get that many.
Yeah.
That's the only thing that worries me is does the whole body come in one piece?
It looks like it, yeah.
Yeah.
It's not so much a kit as more of a
Fixing
promotion.
broken parts.
Yeah.
But it's see, the only trouble with HPH is because they put their instructions on CD, you can't look it up on scale, mates. Because when I find a kit, I like the one that's coming, that I've got coming in a few weeks, is the B17, and I can't remember who makes it.
Probably
By HK Models. There we are. So I've got
that?
yes.
Oh, I wish you would have told me about that first.
Oh, please don't tell me bad things about it.
Yeah, it's horribly done, really.
Is it really bad?
It's really bad. Everything is too fat.
Okay. So are you telling me I've just wasted nearly 200 quid?
Yeah, you'd be better off buying the old Revell or Monogram kit.
Oh, because I've already ordered it.
Oh dear. Well, you'll
See,
find.
I specifically want the B17F because I want to do the spotted cow.
Right, well, Revell makes a B17F, but the kits that they came out with here were designed on advice from a guy who's really an idiot, and
Okay.
everything is too big.
Right.
All the diameter of the fuselage and the engine, everything is just too big.
Oh, okay. You've really cheered me up.
Oh, Jesus.
Very quick.
Okay. So it's not something that I can fix, like
There's stuff you can buy to kind of fix it, to try and hide some of the bad things, but you can't do anything about the fuselage.
right. I was under the impression that the bad thing about that kit is that there's so much detail on the inside which gets hidden up inside because you can't see inside the fuselage.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that you could look on as a downside, but
Yeah.
they just totally they listened to this guy on how to design the model, and it was a big mistake.
Right. Okay. So I'm going to have to send emails out tomorrow then, aren't I?
Yeah. Tell them you don't want it. I mean, you can get the Revell makes a B17F.
Right.
And it's kind of a copy of the Monogram B17G. So you could really kind of like rob parts out of Monogram's B17G to make Revell's B17F look better, if you want to do that. And
No,
it would be a lot cheaper than what you're buying.
Why can I not even find the one I'm looking?
No idea.
I think that's why I went for it, is because these kits are all 1990.
Uh-huh. There you go. That was just it, right up above.
Yeah, but there's nothing on the marketplace.
Yeah, the B17F. Yes.
They
may not have it in production right now. I don't know. And of course, Revell Germany would be the one who would be putting it out now.
These are all Revell.
Uh-huh. Well, Revell and Monogram got, they got mushed together under one roof, and they decided that the Revell name was the better name, so any Monogram kits started being called Revell kits.
Yeah. Oh, you've well, the only one I can get is this Memphis Belle one,
That's an F, yes.
which is via a private seller. So why is that showing up?
What?
Right. So so look, that's B17F.
Right.
When I click, where's it gone? I've lost it. Right, let's do that again then. So what's the word I'm looking for? Narrow down the search. That B17F Flying Fortress. I don't get that Hong Kong model one.
I think that's it. Down towards the bottom of the screen, you've got the Monogram B17G, and then you go down a couple, and I think that's it. Just a couple down there.
What, the Hasegawa?
Move your cursor up.
That one?
Up two more. There, yeah, well, that's right there. Yeah, there's the F and the G from Hong Kong models.
Right. But I don't want the G, I want the F.
Okay, the F is the next one up.
Yeah.
That's it.
That's the one I've ordered.
That's the one you ordered, yes.
That's the one that two people are now saying don't order it.
Don't order it, right.
Right, so what do I order instead that they've got?
Well, you want...
And what's the difference between a G and an F?
All right, the G has that twin turret under the bombardier's compartment in the nose.
Right.
That's the main difference you're gonna pick up on.
Okay.
But you want what you would want to get is either the Revell F or the Revell Monogram G.
Revell Monogram
Yeah.
G.
The G is on that list there, a little further down.
That don't help, does it?
A little further down. Stop. Yeah, there it is, right above the Hong Kong.
Hasegawa one.
No, go up.
Oh, here's Revell.
Yeah, Revell. That there you can see the chin turret on it. Actually, some late Fs had chin turrets.
Gotcha now. Yeah. So whereas that one has a different turret, right?
There is no turret. That's just the DF.
Right. So the G has got that turret added.
Right. Yeah, they were always constantly trying to beef up the defenses of the forward defenses on them because the German fighters would come in head to head, and they had the least firepower forward. So that's why they had that chin turret.
That's cheap.
That's it. That's the Memphis Belle from Revell.
So you saying that that's a better kit?
That's a much better kit than that Hong Kong one in terms.
Look at the price. £32. The Hong Kong model one is about 100.
Well, the Revell kit is going to be basically an empty shell. Let's call it that. It's not going to have one. Yeah, it's not going to have all the interior detail and whatnot that the Hong Kong kit has. What the Revell kit has going for it is it's accurate to scale. It's not going to be this huge fat thing.
Externally, that's a better kit. Internally, the Hong Kong is better.
Right. That's why I said
you're not going to see the inside too well.
That's why I said if you bought this Revell B17F And if you also bought a monogram B17G, you could rob interior parts off of the monogram kit to put into the Revell kit. They'll fit.
Right. Sorry, right. Just explain that last bit again, because I've just had a dumb moment.
Okay.
So what are you suggesting to buy?
If you bought this kit that you have on the screen now,
Yeah.
which is the F, and then Monogram made the B17G,
Right.
right? And really, Monogram came out with the G first, and then what Revell did was they basically kind of copied. There was a big lawsuit over it back in the 70s. They copied the monogram kit, except they did theirs as an F without the chin turret. You could actually take the fuselage half from one kit and made it up with the fuselage half of the other kit. So
Right.
if you buy the Revell F and then also buy, say, that one, the monogram B17G, you could rob the interior parts out of monograms B17G and put those inside of your Revell F.
Right. Okay. So to play a little bit of devil's advocate, if I'm converting that to spotted cow, do I need to do all the insides?
Well, it all depends on whether, if you buy the Revell B17F and you look at it and say, well, gee, there's hardly any detail on the inside at all in the areas where I can see.
Right. Okay.
Because the Revell is just really an empty shell.
Right.
Okay. Whereas, the Hong Kong kit would have every bell and whistle there is. And like you said, a lot of the stuff you wouldn't really be able to see because there's only so many windows and things to see into.
Yeah. Yeah. Because it's finding that monogram one.
Well, like I say, Revell and Monogram got bought and put together, and the company that owned them decided that the Revell name was a stronger name than the Monogram name, so they started boxing everything as a Revell kit, even though it was originally a Monogram kit. So there is a yeah, right there. You just had it.
Oh, this one.
Yeah. See,
Yeah.
It says bottom left corner. It says Revell, but that is the monogram B17G.
Yeah. See, what I'm looking at is marketplace.
Uh-huh.
So if I can find anything that's the same kit, but it's because I did just see one. I think it was a monogram one.
Okay.
But the monogram and the Revell are the same.
It doesn't have to say monogram on the outside of the box. You're getting the same parts.
Yeah. So basically what you're saying here is get two kits.
Yeah,
and
get
merge them together.
and bash them together, and then you would have your B17F with some decent internal detail.
Right. I can't find the manufacturer's list now. There we are. Right. I think I just saw a monogram one, but I couldn't buy it. Right. Oh, I like that, but I don't like it.
Oh, those are very rare and very expensive.
Okay. There we go. Right. So this one is purchasable, but not from the UK.
Okay.
What's that? Czechoslovakia? But it would still be cheaper to buy that one from abroad. Right. let's keep that tab open. Right, so I've got to find that first one now. The F. Is it this one?
Yeah, that's the Revell F.
So I reckon I could get that if he'll let me change the order. I don't know if he's ordered it.
Uh-huh.
So basically buy these two kits.
Right.
Right. Rip the insides of this, take the insides of this.
Right.
And put it inside this.
Right.
So what I'll end up with is that without the turret.
Right.
But this one has got more detail.
Right. Internal detail wise, yeah, it has more.
So if I'm bothered about the detail on the inside, it's going to cost me 50 quid plus postage. If I'm not, it's just going to cost me 40 quid. So basically 90 quid if I'm concerned about the detail.
Yeah.
Which, given that I'm just about to spend over £100 on a Fat Boy, is probably worth doing, isn't it?
Yeah.
And this is why I love discussing things with people. Anyway, what I was saying is I just love the way that these have instructions that you can download. So I can already look at that kit before I even buy it.
Right.
Do you know, guess what I'm going to be doing tomorrow when I should be tidying my house up?
How you know?
No, that's that's something to look into. And again, it's something different as well. So it's going to add value to my videos because it's not going to be. I mean, I thought the conversion was just going to be I'm repainting a different color and sticking some different decals on. But, you know, the first kit I've done, out of the box, build it, bang, paint it, done. Second kit, out of the box, build it, paint it, done. Third kit, we're kit bashing now.
Yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. So why would this effectively the same manufacturer do two?
Well, at the time, you see, those kits came out in the 70s.
Right.
They were two different companies. Revell was out in California, and of course there was Revell Germany, and there used to be a Revell Japan and a Revell Great Britain, and then Monogram was in Illinois. And then as we've moved forward in time, you know, the scale modeling became less popular, and then a group bought Monogram, and then they also decided to buy Revell, and then they had Revell move from California to where Monogram was, and then they were selling kits, Revell kits and Revell boxes, and Monogram kits and Monogram boxes. And then after a while, they decided that, well, we think that the Revell name is a stronger name. So they dropped the Monogram name, and everything just became Revell.
Yeah. No, I just find it interesting that it's 13 years between those two kits. And in 13 years, they've dropped the detail on the inside. They surely once, I can understand having less detail to make it a cheaper kit, to make it more.
At the time those kits came out, like I said, they were two independent companies.
Right.
Monogram came out with the B17G, and then Revell wanted to cash in on the popularity of that kit. So they decided, well, they're going to do a B17F.
Right.
Okay. The thing that they did was they actually copied, and there was a big lawsuit over it.
Right.
That Revell had basically copied Monogram's kit.
Right.
And they Monogram didn't really, they didn't really fully prove it. Although they at one point, I guess, the court proceedings, they took a fuselage shaft from one and the fuselage half from the other, and they were able to put them together. So it's like, here, look, they copied our kit. And
so they copied the externals, but they haven't copied the insides.
yeah, they just wanted to make a cheap and dirty kit to kind of compete with Monogram.
To get it and to get it out so
and cash in on it. That's how it all came about.
Yeah. And then obviously, if the people with less money see that on the shelf, they see one for 32 quid and one for 50 quid. If you've got a kid with Christmas money or birthday money, you're going to buy the 32 quid one, aren't you?
Right.
Because you could probably buy 2 kits for 50 quid then, couldn't you?
Yeah.
Or 3 or 4.
But I would suggest that you just buy the Revell B17F, have a good look at it, and see what you think of it. If you think it's not quite detailed enough for your tastes, then go ahead and buy the Monogram B17G, and you can rob parts out of it.
Yeah. Well, I can download the instructions on both, so I'll look at those tomorrow. And then obviously what I'm looking at is the amount of detail on the inside and how easy they're going to fit. Because the instructions are pretty much the same, but they just veer off on certain bits. Then, fine. Because I've got a course there that came with no instructions. Mm-hmm. And the download isn't available for the actual kit that I bought. But what I've managed to do is rob the instructions from a kit that's about 6 versions earlier, about 20 years older, because it turns out it is the same kit that's just reboxed and re-decaled. Mm-hmm. So the only thing I don't have instructions on is where to place the decals, which might be useless anyway, because it's a Matchbox kit and the decals are really old. So I might have to buy aftermarket parts anyway.
Right.
But I've got the instructions in the form of a completely different kit. So, if it is essentially the same kit, then, I don't mind having to use a bit of sandpaper to get things to fit. But if it's just like got to completely build new bits, but then that's my challenge, isn't it?
Yeah.
So, introduction to kit bashing, the easy way.
Like I said, it should be fairly easy to swap the internal parts from the Monogram B17G into the B17F, because Revell really, plagiarized and copied Monogram's kit. So the stuff shouldn't be too bad getting the parts in.
Yeah, well, so I'll have a look at it tomorrow. I've just downloaded the instructions. Oh, is this the one where there's a stage missing, but it's not really missing? It's something to do with a wing. Oh, I watched a video build on this. And I'm sure maybe it was the other one. Oh, where is it? Basically, what had happened was there's you've got instructions on, I think it's the wing, and it says, put the wing on like this. And then it's a word description for the other wing. And the guy was saying, I'm upset because I haven't got the instructions for this. They've missed an instruction out. They have actually got them badly listed. Wow, this is... Right, so reading it from top to bottom, you've got stage 1 and 2, then 4 and 5. Then on the next page, you've got step 3, and then step 6. Then it goes 7, 8, 10, 11, 9, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 with 19 on there. Then the next page is 17, 18 and 20. It's not wrong.
Somebody knows how to count.
Yeah, I think what they've done is the amount of space they need for the instruction. If they didn't rearrange them, there would be an awful lot of white space, and there'd probably be another 4 pages of instruction.
Mad, isn't it?
Yeah. Let me show you this. You can kind of see why they did it. So you've got there, look, stage 1 and 2. 4 is technically the first bit because you've got this, but we'll ignore that. So it goes 4 and 5. But then look at the size of step 3. If you took out 4 and 5, there probably wouldn't be the room there. 3 is taking up a lot more space. And then you've got 6, 7, 8. Then you've got 10, 11. And then there's stage 9. You'd have to reduce that to get that into there. And then 10, 11 would be there with a bit of white space. There we go. I think that was it. That might have been it. See, stage 13 is a big black box that says cement left fuselage half to right fuselage half. Now, in all fairness, you don't really need a picture for that, do you?
No, not really. No.
But it was something.
Those look like those are very, very old instructions.
Yeah. Like 15, 16, 19. But you couldn't fit 17 and 18 into that space where 19 is. So you can see exactly why they've done it the way they've done it.
Mm-hmm.
But it's very easy to sit here and go, there you go, look, 23, 25. I think 24 is there. So, God, it just got an old feel about it, hasn't it?
Yeah, those look like the original instructions for the kit rather than a later version.
Yeah. I think I might actually print these off. And then I can compare them side by side.
Like Ravel's instructions for their F, yeah.
Yeah. I can ignore the painting instructions. Right, well, I'm going to have fun tomorrow then, aren't I?
Yeah.
Right. Well, I'll get that message sent off and say, oh, I'm really sorry. Can I cancel that order and order this instead? And then they'll go, yes, it's ready for dispatch because you paid enough already. I feel bad because they were. I do love the company, but they, If I'm not getting if I'm going to end up buying a kit that I'm going to get frustrated with,
yeah,
well, £100 going to go flying out the window.
Unfortunately, they took some bad advice. There's a model magazine essentially on the web called Modeling Madness.
Yeah.
And, I don't know if you've ever looked at it, but it's run by a gentleman named Scott Van Aken, and he has various people who build models, and then so every day there's like a featured model of the day, and there's a guy that he always has something on Thursdays, and I forget exactly what his name is, but his last name is Cleaver. So a friend of mine and I call him Leave It to Cleaver because he does the most ridiculous things. And he gave Hong Kong models the advice on what to do to make their kits. And unfortunately, they listened to him. And it was just a horrible mistake. So they made bad kits based on bad advice.
Right. So I've just, while you were saying that, you probably saw my head look in a different direction.
Yeah.
I have found that site you were just saying about. And this is the kit.
Yep.
Hong Kong's 1 to 48 B-17F flying fortress. Blah, 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 blah. It looks like he's done a good job. I mean, look at that detail. You ain't going to get a lot better than that, are you?
There is a wonderful load of detail in it. It would just have been nice if I mean, look at the.
I quite like this conclusion. It's
way too big in diameter.
See, I don't know. I'm not that much of an expert, but this is right. I like his conclusion. It's written really nice. It's overall the model is complex but not complicated. There are a couple of off issues in shape.
Yes. Look who wrote the article, though. Tom Cleaver. That's the guy who told him how to make the kit.
Okay.
The guy is.
This guy doesn't. So, no, I like this bit. Those at the central office of those who will never be satisfied need to really worry. Yes, I like the accuracy, but I can live with some inaccuracy that doesn't hit me in the eyes if loads of other things are good, which is the case here. Given that the alternative in 1 to 48 is the Revel kit, if you can find it, which has no interior, and for which the resin interior created by True Details for Squadron is no longer available and incorrect turrets, the Hong Kong B-17F is definitely the winner here. Now, the way that reads, if you weren't around and Paul Lewis wasn't around, I'd say, all right, not a great kit, but worth buying.
That's what you'd say, but you know, if you took that picture there.
Oh, I didn't realize that was an email address.
If you took that picture, say, and then put it next to a picture of the Revell B-17F, you'd be able to see how out of proportion that Hong Kong kit is. You know.
Right, B-17F Revell, we've got, hang on, which kit do we want?
As long as it says F, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, but it's two Revell Fs.
It doesn't matter, it's the same plastic.
Okay. I've lost the page now. I've lost the page. Help. There we go, right. Oh, yeah, right. Right, so trying to find a very similar angle. There's not much, is there?
The main thing you want to kind of look at is the diameter of the fuselage. You can see back by the wings.
Can I be absolutely honest with you? And this might be me being blind. I can see that this Hong Kong model looks a bit chunkier.
Yeah,
he looks like he's had an extra packet of midget gems.
Yeah,
but only 1 or 2 packs. You can notice it there, just behind the wings.
Yeah.
But you see, that's from a photo. What's that sticky out bit at the back?
Almost looks like a mad boom.
All right, have a look at this other one then. Right. Now I can see a difference. Yeah. Yeah.
I just don't think you'd really be happy with that Hong Kong model if you ever were to, you build it and then you say you wanted to build Monogram's B-17G or something, and then you put the one next to the other, and it's like, what's wrong here?
I think it's a case of if you buy that Hong Kong model and that's the only B-17 you're ever going to own, you'll be all right with it.
You've
You've got nothing to compare it with.
and
But
if you didn't bother to really research,
yeah.
if you just bought it and that's it.
Yeah, if you went, right, I want a B17, that looks good, I'll have that, you're going to get a good model. But if, say, for example, in a couple of years' time, I go, right, well, I got the F, I want to build the G. And then I build the G, and now the two are sitting next to each other, then you're going to go, whoa, hell, that's different.
Yep.
And not just a little turret on the front. Yeah, all right, fair dues then. Yeah, okay. So, yeah, okay then. So I'm sure he'll be able to get me one of those. And then I'll get that monogram one from, looks like that's coming from Czechoslovakia.
Like I say,
if I knew that.
G doesn't have to be in a monogram box. You can buy the G in a
No,
box.
but the G's that I've looked for, this is the first one where it's available to buy from someone.
Oh, okay.
Because obviously this scale, mate, it lists just about every kit, whether they're available or not.
Uh-huh.
So that first one that I looked at, there's no one selling it. Whereas this one that I've just looked at, the monogram one, is obviously still available. You've got 4 suppliers, 1 is out of stock and 3 is in stock. So there's no point saying I want this specific one if it's never going to come in stock again. But that Revel, and that should be quite nice to do a Revel, because I haven't done a Revel before. The only thing I knowingly don't like about Revel is their bleeding paint call-outs.
Well, that depends on whether it's Revell Germany or Revell US. Now, it looked like that was a Revell US kit, and that's not going to have Revell paint call-out.
No, sorry, let me rephrase that then. With Tamiya, you have on the instruction, it says paint this X1 and this one X3.
Right.
Whereas Revell go paint this A and paint this one D, and then you have to keep flicking back, and then half of the paint call-outs is telling you to mix this with that 5-1.
Well, that's because Revell Germany wants you to buy Revell paints.
Yeah.
Revell US did not sell paints.
Ah.
That's what I'm saying.
But I do like the ones where on the actual instructions it gives you a paint number rather than a code letter.
Uh-huh.
See, even the Chipmunk, it tells you Humbrol colours, but it gives you a number.
Right.
And what I found from many, many years ago, when I used to paint with my Humbrols, you get to a point where you see a number and you know what colour it is because you memorised. Mm-hmm. I still remember, I don't know if they still call it, was 11 used to be Silver Fox.
Right.
Or silver. I think they changed it to silver now. But tell me if I'm wrong. Humbrol 11 is a silver. I can remember that from being a child. And I know that black and white is one colour difference, one number difference. Is it 32 and 33?
33 blacks, yeah.
So white must be 32 or 34.
I'm not sure about.
I'm going to look that up because I haven't knowingly bought Humbrol paints. 34. It is. 34 is white. And I think I was about 14 or 15 when I stopped making models.
Uh-huh.
And I remember those 3 numbers from nearly 40 years ago. But that's why I like number call-outs, because you get used to the numbers.
Well, that's what you were brought up on.
Yeah. But then saying that, I spreadsheet everything now. So where is it? This is my spreadsheet for the chipmunk. So there's all the numbers there, and then I've just got it to convert to AK. And then anything that I override, I write into there. You'll see anytime I write black, I always put XF1 or AK11027 for tires. Depends where they want the black, but the gunmetal there is I'm using metal color, so I go by this bit there.
Right.
But obviously, if it says use 53, then there we go, use metal color. Do you know what? I knew 53 was gunmetal. Why did I have to? But I also do what stage it comes in.
Mm-hmm.
And that's really because if I can't afford all the paints in one go, I'll buy them in stage order.
Right.
So with it being like most of it is dark grey and medium grey. And then once you get to sort of stage 13, which is sort of the engine and the interior, then you need silver, brass and grey. And then you only use the off-white, the grey and the blood red for the exterior, but it depends on the version that you use. I think they do a camouflage version, but I want to do the Air Cadet version. So there you go, spoiler for much into the future.
Yeah.
And I still haven't decided whether I'm doing the Greyhound or the Hawkeye. So, but now I found that site, I'll see if they've got a review of the Greyhound.
Are those from Kinetic?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Their kits tend to be more what's the word I'm searching for?
External fit issues.
Yeah, you should expect fit issues and having to adjust things because they're not really a mainstream top shelf manufacturer.
What I'm expecting from what I found on YouTube is that I will be using lots and lots and lots of Tamiya extra thin, and then filling lots of gaps in.
Yeah.
But other than that, it's a good kit.
Yeah. It all depends on how much work you're willing to put into it. Right.
Well, I'll put in as much as I need to put in, but I am holding off because the two that I've seen is Flory models, which from him I got from the fact that you're going to be using, and he did put an awful lot of extra thin into that.
Mm-hmm.
And what else he was doing was quite a lot of places he was putting in like one spot of super glue just to put the piece into place, and then put in lots of extra thin to actually set it in place.
Uh-huh.
And then he was doing a lot of filler, and then Max Afterburner's done it. And one of the things that I've taken away from that is it's not really a beginner kit. But I think it's not. Yeah, I think it's not a beginner because
not everybody's guaranteed.
I think it's because of the filling.
Yeah,
like that F14. I did use a little bit of filler on it, not an awful lot. There were some tiny gaps, which could have been down to me rather than the kit.
Right.
But it was put some filler in and then run a cotton bud down it and it's done. Mm-hmm. You don't need to sand it. It was, but I think it was mostly like the nose cone is where that was stuck in, or something was stuck in 2 bits, and I got a little tiny seam line.
Uh-huh.
I think maybe what that was maybe I didn't clamp it down hard enough when I glued it. So it wasn't a kit issue. It was a builder issue. And that was just a little bit of a sand, a little bit of filler. So that's still beginner kit.
Right.
I personally think if you use just a tiny bit of filler, it's still a beginner, isn't it?
It's an easy kit to do. Some people like yourself, okay, here's what I need to do to fix it. Other people would throw up their hands and, oh, this is horrible.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean that Seahawk, I don't know if Paul agrees because he's building one. You do a little bit and then you have to stop and think about the next step. And you might have to do that 2 or 3 times within one stage, which is why it's taken me so long.
Cagliari is not Maya.
No. And this is something else that I want to explore. I want to do different different manufacturers. Because what manufacturers really are the best, and I mean in terms of finding out myself, and also if there's one issue on one kit, would you get that same issue with all the other kits that are made by that manufacturer? If brand A is well known for having ejector pin marks, will every kit they make have ejector pin marks in them? And that the kinetic kits, the Hawkeye has got fit issues with like the wing and the fuselage. Is that going to be the problem? So they might be highly detailed in the cockpit, and the cockpit goes together really well, but you got to put a lot of filler on the body.
Right.
And if that's the common issue, then you know what you're going to be dealing with before you open the box for the next kit, don't you?
Yeah.
See, one thing that scares me, where I've done all these Tamiya kits and the fit is superb on every kit, but I'm told it's not, the Sea Harrier is not a great kit. It's a real letdown for Tamiya.
Well, the Sea Harrier is a very old kit.
Yeah.
So there's going to be a difference.
Yeah, but if you're knocking out all these Tamiyas and they're all perfect, and then suddenly you get a Tamiya and you go, well, I wasn't expecting this. Is that enough to throw you?
No, not really, because it's a kit from like 40 years ago.
Yeah.
It's a very, very old kit. Now what? Maybe after you finish your Tamayas, you go on to your Airfix Chipmunk, and I think that it's not. You're going to find it's not as good as Tamiya kit, but it's still a really nice kit to build.
Yeah, but I think the reason you build it is important as well, because I know I'm going to love that Chipmunk. I know I will, no matter how bad it is.
Something personal to you, so that of course helps a lot.
Yes. And I want to try and get it in one of my videos, but they have got the training. When you're a cadet, you go on these air experience flights and you sit in this little Nissan hut with a little TV, and they show you the training video, how to put your parachute in and what instructions the pilot's going to give you, and how to open the canopy in the event of an emergency. And there's 2 types of emergencies. There's one where he'll be able to land it, and then there's one where he won't be able to land it and you've got to jump out. And I remember watching that video every single time I went on a flight, and I found the video on YouTube, and I'm just sitting there and I'm going and watching the kid walk, because the way the parachute's on, you can't stand upright.
Right.
So you walk like this to your aeroplane. And I remember doing that, and also you were so scared to not say the word "sir" at the end of every sentence in case you upset the pilot. So it's like, "Sir, yes, sir, yes, sir," and it was and then the first time that pilot said to me, "You have control." Because I remember they always used to say, touch the joystick, but
Right.
don't hold it. To
Right.
feel what he's doing.
Follow what he's doing.
Yeah. But the first time he said to me, "You have control," and I'm like,
What?
yeah. And I also remember him saying to me, "Do not press the red button. It is not a machine gun. If you press that button, it's something to do with communication. It will open up. It'll open up the radio to like every single air control in the area."
Uh-huh.
But yeah, it's all up there. That's why I'm doing that chipmunk.
Uh-huh.
Obviously, like the B-17, I'm doing it because I like the model.
Right.
There's a bit of a connection with the East Anglia. The Jaguar I want to do because I've been in a Jaguar, not flown in one.
Uh-huh.
I've been in the Jaguar, and I've been. My stepdad was stationed at RF Collishaw, which is where they were based.
Right.
The F-111 I want to do because, well, for years I thought that was the aircraft based at Lakenheath when I was born there, and it wasn't. It wasn't even really the F4. The Sabres were there.
Oh,
The F-100, is it?
The F-86 is the Sabre, or
Yeah.
The F-100 is the Super Sabre.
Yeah, that's it. So there are a couple of aircraft that I want to do, but the F-111 from Lakenheath was the ones that were involved in the strike on Libya in the 80s.
Right.
Yeah. And I remember, because occasionally, depending on the way the wind blew, I was at boarding school at the time, you could hear the F-111s taken off if the wind determined that was the runway they were going to use.
Right.
And we were in bed, so it must have been after 9 o'clock, and we could hear them screaming over the school. Not just a normal takeoff. They were actually screaming. And I remember saying, something's going down because that don't sound right. Obviously I didn't know what was going on, but I knew something wasn't right. And I put the news on in the morning. Well, TV was on, and we said on the news that that they've struck Libya using aircraft from RAF Lakenheath.
Yeah.
So that's my memory, because I was only about 12 at the time.
Uh-huh.
That's my memory of them. And now I want to do a Hercules, because I heard that wonderful story about the guy that tried to steal a Hercules from Mildenhall.
Yeah.
Have you heard that one?
Yeah.
Absolutely wonderful story. And I can't remember if it was a Hawker Hunter or a French jet that went up. And this Hercules crashed in the Atlantic. Not in the Atlantic. Between France and Britain. I mean, geography's just gone. Yeah. Now, it was either the Hunter or the French jet. It landed, and it had one missile missing when it landed.
Mm-hmm.
And the Hercules crashed through, they believe, because he wasn't a pilot. He couldn't fly it properly, and he crashed it and ended up in the sea. But yet there was either an RAF or French Air Force jet that took off with 2 missiles and landed with 1. Just saying.
Yeah.
But that was Mildenhall.
I think Paul was telling us that story.
Pardon?
I think Paul was telling us that story.
Might have been, yeah. Or I might have said it last week or whenever it was. But yeah, So now I want a Hercules. I need to find out where the Hercules was from, because it wasn't based at Mildenhall. I think it come over from America to do something in Britain. So it wasn't based at Mildenhall. But there's an awful lot of aircraft at Mildenhall that aren't based there. Because I think just about everything, they got just about everything from that and Lakenheath. But Lakenheath and Mildenhall tend to work together because Mildenhall is a large air force base, You have a lot of the tankers and that based there, whereas Lake and Heath is more of a fighter base. So it's quite like if they, how aircraft, if they've got a heavy payload, they'll take off with just enough fuel to get them off the ground so they can get a heavier payload.
And then they
refuel as soon as they get in the air. That's where Mildenhall comes in because that's where all the tankers are. I think they don't know if they still use them, but they used to have KC 135s. Is it 135s?
right.
The DC 10s, aren't they? But
The KC-10.
yeah, KC-10. Well, I've got so little knowledge, haven't I? Really. But yeah, so that's where Mildenhall and Lakenheath kind of tend to, it's more supply and stuff like that. And say Lakenheath just flies the jets, the fighters. So, right, guys, it is coming up for 2 a.m. And I've done. So I knew this was going to happen. I knew it was going to happen.
What?
I
3
told
hours and 15 minutes.
you're all ready to wrap things up, and then Chris came back.
Yes, yeah, it's all Chris's fault. Well, we were planning on leaving the stream so that you go, hello, guys, where are you? Right, so right, okay, I'm gonna shut the stream down now. Thank you very much for watching, everybody.
Yeah.
Francis,
We still have an audience.
yeah, we've still got some of them left.
Okay.
Got 6 of them left, but although one of those is me, because I do have the stream running, I have it on YouTube in the background. Before I go, P40, did you see my stream this morning? I did.
Yes, I did.
I was so pleased for that. I just thought, why don't I put the cable straight in from? So I've got the cable all the way from the bedroom, and I'm getting incredible speeds.
Well, yeah, that's what they tell me every time here on StreamYard. It's better to plug in rather than using Wi-Fi.
Yeah, infinite. Yeah.
Because I've got 3 extreme as in a straight line from my router. I've got 3 very thick walls between my router and my computer. And also I was getting speeds of about 400-500, and the woman's trying to convince me that is normal. And then she told me about a website called, is it Sam Knows or something like that, which that tells you. But I do a speed check on that, and it gives me a speed of over 1 gig. So that's more like 1118. Because the way, so I think Virgin have got it right. BT and most other broadband providers will tell you will get speeds of up to. So I think BT have told me I'll get a speed of up to 17 megabits. So the fact that I'm getting 12 is up to 17, isn't it?
Yeah, you may never get to 17, but they're essentially not lying, but they're making you think you're going to get more than you're going to get.
Yeah. Now, what Virgin do, because they're selling me, well, they were selling me 50, what they actually give me is 56, because there are times of the day and times of the week when there's so many broadband users that speed slows down.
Right.
So by giving me 56 and telling me they're giving me 50, it means that it might drop down to 50 and a half. So I'm still getting me 50.
Right.
And that's what they've done with this. I should be getting 1000 and I'm getting 1118. So, but it's, as a streamer, what I'm learning, I think this is the terminology that we got muddled up. They're talking streaming as in I'm watching films and things on the internet, which is download speed.
Right.
I'm talking streaming as it's coming from my computer to you, which is upload speed. So whereas I'm getting 12 megabits download, I was getting about 0.4 upload, which is why it was taking me 9 hours or 10 hours to upload a small video to YouTube. This morning, I've still got, there we go. So I uploaded a 4.76 gigabyte file in 14 minutes.
That's fast.
That's really good, isn't it?
Yeah.
So I actually really, as someone who's live streaming on YouTube, I don't really care too much about the download speeds. It's the upload speeds.
Yeah.
So I now know next time I get a broadband, I don't even ask about the download speeds. I just go, what are your upload speeds like? Can you give me a guarantee on it?
Yeah.
But I said to Melodjo, I said, if you want faster broadband, I said, I'll get another one of these boxes, or I might run another cable. And I said, while you're at work, I said, I'm going to stand in your room and do a speed check. And he's getting through the wall 200 megabits per second. That's one fifth of what we should be getting, but the wall is blocking that much.
Uh-huh.
And I just went, do you know what? I'm not going to do anything about that, because there's a lot of people aren't paying for that speed.
Yeah.
And it's free for him. So that's plenty fast enough. But it's just the problem in the room. I'm getting about 8 in the front room. But now that I've got this Wi-Fi box, this cable, I'm getting much faster. So, but like you can see the quality.
Yeah.
You know, this camera that I'm using that you're seeing me through, that's like a 20 quid camera, 20, 30. I don't know, ever so cheap. It's about 20 quid. So what I'm going to look at doing is switching some cameras around, because one problem I have got is my very expensive camera. Actually, that's focusing. Like, can you see the focus isn't great?
Right.
Oh, I've just shown off my messy table now. That's my expensive camera. Now, it does focus in quite well.
Uh-huh.
Now, it's actually quite a good picture, because there's so much mess on the desk. It's got things to focus on.
Mm-hmm.
But when I clear the desk and that whole desk is grey, it just really doesn't focus too well. So what I thought I might be doing is, oh, hang on, wrong camera. So what I thought about doing is having the expensive camera there for my working camera.
Right.
As you notice on my videos, I'm having a lot of trouble with the focus.
Right. Yeah.
I keep bringing my hand up. That focuses a lot quicker. The cheap camera I'll put overhead, because that's got a manual focus. So we'll spend a bit of time. We'll focus on the desk, because it's only an overhead camera anyway. I don't ever use it as a main broadcast one, but what I do is on my pre-recorders, I like to have the overhead in the corner, so that you can see while I'm working, you can see where I am. If I have a big model this long and I'm working on this bit here, you've got the overhead to show off the whole bit.
Right.
So you can see where I'm working. So I think I'll put the cheap camera up there, and this one can go as a front facing, because if I'm getting this quality with a cheap camera, what am I going to get with this?
Yeah.
That's going to be amazing, isn't it? So,
well, hopefully that'll be the way it works. Yeah.
Well, it won't be worse, will it?
It should be the way it works.
Yeah. And then I really need, well, what I'm looking at doing next is getting a strip light and put it in the ceiling directly above me. And I think that'll solve all my lighting issues. And then I'll probably put this in the bedroom, this light. It's absolutely wonderful light, but it's not doing the job. I think it's because of the size of the desk. You know, it's designed for a crafter to sit at their little desk doing tapestry or diamond painting or whatever. And if I bring it down and I'm doing diamond painting, it's absolutely amazing. But I think I'm probably looking at doing a strip light. So I've got to speak to the landlord and say, can I screw a strip light into the ceiling? And if he says no, I'm going to have to maybe do a bit of framework and put it as part of the desk.
Yeah.
And then I can have it voice controlled with Amazon if I want.
Yeah.
I can just go echo, light on. Echo, light off. Sorry. Right, so okay, so it's goodbye from me, goodbye from him. So who wants to say goodbye first?
Well, I hope everybody has enjoyed the show. I guess we've had a pretty good audience, and anybody who has, as a result of this broadcast, subscribed to Penny's, thank you very much. And I've enjoyed being here. I hope you've enjoyed seeing me, and perhaps we'll be back again sometime.
Chris.
Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Like before we decide, if you subscribe to Penny's channel, all the good of you, and keep on subscribing, and I'll catch you all next time.
Thank you. Right, so guys, yes, thank you very much for watching tonight. Big shout out to Ice Queen 7. Please check her channel out. I've got an awful lot of new subscribers today, and really I need to thank her for it. She gave me a shout out in her video, and as a result I've got loads of new subscribers, so thank you very much. I hope you've enjoyed the show. I hope it makes the effort of hitting that subscribe worth it. And I'd like to thank my wonderful 2 guests for all their input tonight, and all the people in the chat, because you make the show as much as we do. So with that, I will see you later on. I don't know when I'll do another live broadcast. It really depends on my days off. I'm hoping, oh, hang on, Friday. Yeah, it's time for my monthly update on, and I'm off on Friday. So I might see you on Friday. So take care, guys. I'll see you whenever I see you.